Chapter 37. I believe everyone wants to know what is above the minute's subtlety. The main road of the Martial Wind City was wide enough to allow 3 carriages to travel side by side. On both sides of the main road, there were many shops. In an ordinary tea house, Chun Zong and Li Jinshu sat opposite each other. In front of them was a bowl of hot tea and a plate of ordinary pastries. Compared to the Rising Dragon Assembly, the difference was incomparable. But Li Jinshu also picked up the pastries and put them in his mouth without any disdain. This made Chun Zong's impression of him improve by a little. Above the minute's subtlety, there is indeed a realm. Li Jinshu smiled slightly, saying neither quickly nor slowly. Wearing a white martial robe, his handsome appearance and elegant aura attracted the attention of many. For a time, he became the focus of the tea house. Even many passers-by turned their heads to look at him, especially the young girls. "Brotherly, can you tell me?" Chun Zong's eyes were filled with hope. In the depths of his voice, there was a trace of indescribable excitement. Of course, although this has not been spread outside, it is also not a special secret. Li Jinshu smiled. It's just that the records of this realm of my Li family are not very complete and clear. I will tell you what I know. In fact, the minute subtlety realm is already the end of the martial arts realm, because the realm above can be considered a martial arts realm, but also a martial arts realm. Li Jinshu said seriously. That realm is called the True Secret Realm. It can also be called the True Secret Realm. True Secret Realm. Chun Zong muttered to himself. From these few words, he could faintly understand a kind of mystery. The martial arts realms created by the predecessors were based on a foundation and mystery. For example, the perfect realm was to cultivate a martial art to the extreme and comprehend the essence within. It was like drawing a circle with a pen. There was a beginning and an end. This was called perfect. For example, the minute subtlety realm was to break the original limit of martial arts. Jumping out of the circle, jumping from the so-called circle to the outside of the circle, from being bound by the circle to being able to control the circle. The application of one's strength and martial arts would reach a whole new level. Using the smallest amount of strength to achieve the greatest effect, it symbolized using a small amount of strength to fight against a big opponent. In that case, the realm of true secrets and the 2 words true secrets must have a unique meaning. I don't know what the mystery of the True Secret Realm is, because no one in our Li family has ever practiced the sword technique above the nuance realm. However, according to the ancient books I've read since I was a child, there are vague records of it. Li Jinshu recalled for a moment. The so-called realm of truth is actually the understanding of martial arts that has surpassed the realm of minute subtlety and reached a higher level, thus breaking the reorganization of martial arts and turning it into a neo-martial arts that has the characteristics of martial arts and extends them to the extreme. Can you understand it if I put it this way? Li Jinshu asked. Chun Zong shook his head. Li Jinshu's words were very messy. For a moment, he didn't understand what he meant. All right, I don't know what I'm talking about either. Li Jinshu's tone was rather helpless. However, if you're able to comprehend the truth realm one day, don't be stingy. You must let me see it. Okay. Chun Zong agreed. Hearing your straightforward answer, I feel that you can comprehend the truth realm. Li Jinshu smiled. Thank you for your kind words. Chun Zong smiled. After chatting for a while, the two said goodbye to each other and left. The truth realm, what kind of realm is that? Breaking the original martial arts and extending it to become a new martial arts? On the way back to the clan hall, Chun Zong thought about it. However, no matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't figure it out. He knew too little, lacked enough guidance, and didn't have enough foundation. This was his own weakness. If I can read more martial arts manuals and enrich my martial arts knowledge, it might be helpful. Chun Zong thought to himself. In that case, he would have to squeeze out more time to read the miscellaneous manuals in the clan hall. Those didn't require contribution points. Chun Zong, you made me wait for a long time. As he approached the gate of the Earth Court, someone blocked his way. The voice was cold and harsh, like the northern wind. Who are you? Chun Zong was displeased that his thoughts were interrupted. He frowned and asked, "Remember my name? Chun Waixio, a disciple of the Heaven Court." The person seemed to feel superior because he was from the Heaven Court. "What's the matter?" Zong's tone was somewhat impatient. No one would feel comfortable being interrupted for no reason. "You've offended someone you shouldn't have. I'm going to teach you a lesson." Chun Waixio sneered. "Chun Waixio, what are you doing in the Earth Court?" A shout came from the side. A skinny and short young man walked over like the wind. After glancing at Zong, his eyes fell on Chun Waixio's face. "Do you think the disciples of the Earth Court are easy to bully? Loser, get lost." Chun Waixio looked at the newcomer and smiled disdainfully. "Let's fight again. Let's see who's the loser." The newcomer was anxious and angry. "Get lost. Even if we fight 100 more times, you'll still be a loser." Chun Waixio waved his hand as if he was driving something away. "Chun Waixio, this is the Earth Court. You're not welcome here." Another calm voice sounded. Chun Waixio turned around, and his expression changed slightly. "Zong, I'm here on Brother Chun-hee's orders. If you're unhappy, you could tell Brother Chun-hee." Chun Waixio was fearless because he had someone backing him up. Chun-hee, Zong, and the others' expressions changed slightly. After all, Chun-hee was one of the top 10 elite disciples and was ranked second. Zong, if you obediently kneel and kowtow 3 times in front of Brother Chun-hee's courtyard, I'll let you go this time." Chun Waixio smiled coldly and looked at Zong as he threatened. "Your cultivation is at the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm, right?" Zong suddenly asked. The clan hall had a rule that disciples with higher cultivation were not allowed to attack disciples with lower cultivation unless the disciples with lower cultivation took the initiative to provoke them. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. The lightest punishment would be 100 contribution points. The heaviest punishment would be to mine for a month without pay. Mining for a month might not be a difficult task, but it would delay one's cultivation and cause them to lose face. Brother Zong, he's indeed at the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm. However, he's 1 year older than you. His cultivation has already reached the peak of the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Zong said to Zong with a serious tone. "So, will you obediently kneel and kowtow to Brother Chun-hee, or let me teach you a lesson?" Chun Waixio raised his fist and said proudly, "Not even at the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm after cultivating for a year." Zong shook his head. "Looks like you've chosen the latter." Chun Waixio's expression changed. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and threw a punch at Zong's chest like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. The sound of metal clashing was ear-piercing and seemed to pierce through everyone's eardrums. The dazzling gleam of the sword flashed, and a chill spread throughout his body. Chun Waixio felt as if he was about to be pierced by a terrifying blade. He stopped abruptly and remained motionless. The extremely sharp tip of the sword was an inch away from his throat. The chill made him shudder. The blood in his body felt as if it was about to freeze. His body felt numb, and his hair stood on end. The skin on his neck stood up, and goosebumps appeared. "If you're so capable, don't use your sword." Chun Waixio's face turned pale. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, he reacted quickly at that moment. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Little did he know that Zong was confident in that move. Otherwise, his throat would have been pierced. "You have 2 choices. 1. My sword leaves a scar on your neck. 2. Go back to where you came from." Zong's eyes were sharp and piercing. His voice was calm, but it seemed to contain a trace of coldness. Chun Waixio hurriedly retreated and stared at Zong unwillingly. He then looked at the sword in his hand and was shocked. He recognized that it was a treasure iron sword. Relying on your sword is nothing. Just you wait. Offending Brother Chun, he won't be forgiven so easily. Chun Waixio left angrily after saying those words. "Brother Zong, how did you offend Chun-hee?" Zong looked at the treasure iron sword in Zong's hand with a face full of surprise. However, he didn't practice the sword, so he wasn't envious. Chun-hee is ranked second in the top 10 elite disciples. How dare you offend him? You're overestimating yourself. The skinny and short teenager smiled coldly and turned to leave. "It's nothing. Thank you, Brother Zong." Zong smiled slightly. The reason was that he had rejected Chun He's entry into the fist technique group and had caused him to lose face at the Rising Dragon assembly not long ago. In the end, it was just Chun He's own narrow-mindedness. We're all disciples of the Earth Courtyard, and we're all from Little Lake Town. We should unite and help each other. Junior clan brother, if you have any difficulties, feel free to look for me. Seeing that Zong didn't want to talk about it, Zong tactfully didn't pursue the matter. Just as Waishio said, it wasn't that simple. Not long after, more trouble came knocking on his door. Zong, I'm Chun Kaiwe. I heard that you have a treasure iron sword. You're only at the 4th level of the Bloodchi realm. It's useless in your hands. Why don't you give it to me? After the door was knocked and opened, a cold-faced person stood outside with a sword in his left hand. He was obviously a swordsman. How many contribution points are you willing to pay? Zong asked back. If you give me the sword, I'll owe you a favor. Kaiwa frowned slightly and said stiffly, a favor. Zong smiled. He didn't care about a favor from Li Zhenshi, the young master of the Li family, let alone a favor from a mere disciple of the Heaven Court. To put it bluntly, Zong wasn't used to holding this treasure iron sword at first. However, now that he was used to it, he would continue to use it unless it was a last resort. Zong, you're mocking me. I can take it as a provocation, Chun Kaiwe said with a sharp gaze that was like an unsheathed sword that was about to pierce through Zong's eyes. You want to take it by force? Zong smiled and closed the door. Zong, don't regret this. Chun Kaiwe's stiff and cold voice, with a hint of anger, traveled to Zong's ears through the door. Chapter 38. In the mission room of the main division. You actually completed the mission? The manager of the mission room looked at Zong in shock. His mouth was wide open and his face was filled with disbelief. Not only had Zong completed the mission, he had also received the highest evaluation from Elder Lai. Anyone who knew Elder Lai knew that Elder Lai was a person with a very bad temper. He was not polite with his words and had very high requirements for the mission. It was very good to be able to complete the mission, and to be able to get his highest evaluation was like a dream. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, the evaluation in his hand could not be faked. The manager quickly registered Zong. 150 points. That's right. This apprentice mission lasted for a month, and the final reward was 150 contribution points. 100 points was the highest reward, and 50 was an extra reward from Elder Lai. The clan hall was very efficient. Zong received 150 points, and the news was quickly sent to the Martial Library and other places that required contribution points to update the information. 150 points, enough for me to exchange for 15 beast blood pills. Zong was overjoyed. After leaving the mission room, he strode towards the pill room. The pill room was responsible for the refinement of energy pills and beast blood pills. It was also responsible for the exchange. For me, the first stage of the Fierce Tiger art has not been completed, and the second stage is still far away. The Diffraction Sword art is only at the initial stage of the first stage. 150 points are far from enough to exchange for a mid-rank Mortal Realm sword art. I might as well use them to improve my cultivation. Elder Lai wants me to stay in the workshop as an apprentice. As long as I can forge 10 pieces of iron every month, I will be able to get 200 points. It's a good deal. While thinking, Zong came to the pill room and used 150 points to exchange for 15 beast blood pills. His contribution points were once again 0. The beast blood pills could be used as a supplement for the cultivation of qi and blood. It could also be used to recover qi and blood. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he heard a commotion. So he is the real sword, Zong. He looks so ordinary. What kind of eyes are you looking at? You should know that Zong is one of the 4 young heroes of wind and martial arts. The other 3 are the young masters of the 3 most powerful and influential families. How can he be compared to them? That's called being reserved. Do you understand? Zong couldn't help laughing secretly. The content of the Rising Dragon League that day also spread like wildfire. He had cultivated 3 foundation establishment sword techniques to the realm of intricacy, his battle with Li Zhenshi, causing Li Zhenshi's clear wind sword technique to reach the realm of intricacy, and his final victory against the main character of the Rising Dragon League, Tang Junluo, and so on. After time and time again, the news spread throughout the entire Martial Wind City, stirring up a heated discussion. The final result was that the Wind Martial 6 young heroes became the Wind Martial 5 young heroes, and the Wind Martial 3 young heroes became the Wind Martial 4 young heroes. There were also people who specially gave the Wind Martial 4 Little Lingguan titles and ranked them according to their strength. The Real Sword Chun Zong, Dragon Spear Tang Junluo, Famed Sword Li Zhenshi, Cold Blade Zhao Wangsheng. Among the younger generation, there were very few martial artists who were qualified to be given titles. Now, there were 4 more. Chen Jigang, who had been in the clan hall for some time, finally realized that he was indeed nothing here. On the contrary, Chun Zong was as dazzling as the sun, which made the hatred in his heart for Chun Zong disappear invisibly. Chen Yuyao and Chen Yidao could only look up at Chun Zong's back. Some people may be inconspicuous at the beginning, but once they exert their strength, they can soar to the sky. We can only look up to them. Chen Yidao sighed and turned to leave. His back looked a little lonely. Chen Yuyao looked at Chun Zong's back from afar with a sad expression. He used to be her childhood playmate and childhood sweetheart. Now, he had become a stranger, and she was the one who made him feel like a stranger. Brother Chen Zong, the elder wants to see you. As soon as he returned to the door of the house, Chen Zong seemed to have been waiting for him for a long time. The elder wants to see me? Chen Zong was a little surprised. He didn't know why the elder wanted to see him, but he still said to Chen Zong, Brother, thank you for telling me. Ha! You are now one of the 4 talents of Wind Martial Arts. Of course, I have to build a good relationship with you. In the future, I will need your guidance. Chen Zong joked. When he learned that Chun Zong was listed as one of the 4 talents of Wind Martial Arts, the shock in his heart was indescribable. In the history of the Chun clan hall, no one had ever had such an honor. At most, he was listed as one of the 4 talents of Wind Martial Arts. After chatting with Chun Zong for a while, Chun Zong turned and left the Earth Court. He went to the main area again and directly entered the main hall. There were 3 people in the hall. They were 3 of the 5 elders. One of them was Elder Xing, whom Chun Zong had met many times. Ha! Our real, unparalleled sword is here. Elder Xing laughed when he saw Chun Zong. Elder, please don't laugh at me, Chun Zong said. He was worthy of the title Real, Unparalleled Sword, but he didn't think he was qualified to be called the Real, Unparalleled Sword. You're Chun Zong from Lake Town? The person sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man. His calm face seemed to contain a deep sense of power, just like the Tiger King who had fallen into a deep sleep. His calm tone and not loud voice made Chun Zong's hair stand on end for some reason. Chun Zong, don't be nervous. This is the chief elder of our clan hall, Elder Wei. Elder Xing reminded him. You have seen him before. He is elderly. Greetings, Elder Wei and elderly. I am Chun Zong from Lake Town. Chun Zong responded in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Who is Chun Zhongtang to you? Elder Wei spoke again. His question caused Chun Zong to be taken aback. However, he quickly reacted. This Elder Wei was acquainted with his father. My father. Chun Zong thought for a while and answered truthfully. Your face is indeed similar to Chun Zhongtang's when he was young. Elder Wei nodded. There was a subtle smile in his eyes, but his tone was still so calm. There was an invisible pressure in the calmness. How is your father now? What is his cultivation level? My father has lost his cultivation and is now an ordinary person. Chun Zong answered truthfully. Why? Elder Wei seemed to be surprised. He didn't know about this. Chun Zong then gave a brief account of what had happened. It's not that easy to recover his qi and blood cultivation base, Elder Wei said in a serious tone. Even our Chun family doesn't have such a treasure. As long as it exists, I believe that I will get it with my own hands in the future. Hearing Elder Wei's words, Chun Zong's heart sank. He realized that it would be more difficult to restore his father's cultivation level than he had imagined. However, as long as there was hope, he had a goal. With a goal, he had the motivation to achieve it. Compared to your father, your talent is indeed much better. When your cultivation level is higher and stronger, you can go to the Dingtian Pavilion to have a look. The Dingtian Pavilion has branches all over the eastern continent. It will be easier for you to find treasures that can restore your cultivation level. However, the prerequisite is that you can pay the corresponding price. Elder Wei nodded. Dingtian Pavilion. Chunzong repeated the name and firmly remembered it. Immediately, he looked at Elder Wei and asked, "May I ask if Elder Wei's full name is Chunli Wei? You know me? Did your father tell you?" Elder Wei was a little surprised. When I was practicing the Tiger Power Fist technique and reached the peak of the profound realm, my father took out a painting of a fierce tiger descending the mountain for me to study. With that, I broke through to the perfection realm. The name Chunli Wei was inscribed on the painting. Chun Zong smiled. I knew it. Chun Jingtang was the one who stole it. Although Elder Wei said that it was stolen, he was not displeased at all. Instead, he smiled and looked at Chun Zong with a gentler gaze. It's a pity that you are practicing swordsmanship now. Otherwise, I would take you as my disciple. It's good to practice swordsmanship. If you don't practice swordsmanship, how can you become a real swordsman? How can you be listed as one of the 4 wind martial elites? Elder Xing smiled and said, Chun Zong, well done. You are listed as one of the 4 wind martial elites with the young masters of the 3 great clans. You have brought glory to the Chun family. My achievements today are inseparable from the clan hall, Chun Zong said modestly. Your achievements today are mainly due to yourself, Elder Wei said. Perhaps the clan hall of the Chun family was indeed helpful to Chun Zong, but it only provided an environment and some resources. These were not enough to make Chun Zong what he was today. Otherwise, with so many disciples in the clan hall, why was Chun Zong the only one who could be listed as one of the wind martial elites? Although the Chun family has been adhering to the spirit of the tiger since the establishment of the Chun family, emphasizing on fighting with one's own ability and fair competition, which is somewhat different from other families, in view of your being listed as one of the 4 wind martial elites and promoting the name of the Chun family. After many discussions among the elders of the family, we finally decided to give you a reward. We hope that you will continue to practice and achieve greater achievements. Elder Wei said slowly, in fact, this is also what you have earned under fair competition with your own ability. Little guy, do you want to know what the family reward is? Elder Xing smiled and asked. Please tell me, Elder. Shinzong did not know what kind of reward the family would give him. You little guy, you are so boring, Elder Xing said helplessly, looking a little like an old urchin. Chunzong, the family's reward is 10 little red blood pills. Elder Wei smiled and explained, the little red blood pills are different from the beast blood pills, but in terms of value, they are far more valuable than the beast blood pills. Every little red blood pill can last for 10 days after consumption, doubling the effect of your blood chi cultivation. Doubled. Chunzong was very surprised. What it meant was that consuming 1 little red blood pill for 10 days of cultivation was equivalent to 20 days of cultivation under normal circumstances. Then, 10 little red blood pills could last for 100 days, which was equivalent to 200 days of cultivation. It was indeed very good. Come, take these 10 little red blood pills. Elder Wei saw the surprise on Chunzong's face and smiled again. Remember, you cannot consume the little red blood pills at the same time as the beast blood pills, and you cannot consume them consecutively. After consuming 1 pill, you have to wait at least 3 days for the next one. I will remember. Chunzong took the porcelain bottle with both hands. Inside, there were indeed 10 little red blood pills. All right, work hard on your cultivation. The world of martial artists is very vast, and the Fengwu city is just a small corner of it, Elder Wei encouraged. Yes, elders. Chunzong will take his leave now. After bowing, Chunzong left the main hall with the porcelain bottle in his hand, full of excitement. In his heart, he was even happier. Chapter 39. Thank you to everyone who voted and tipped me. The weather is freezing. Please be careful. November 18th, year 395 of the Jinwu calendar. It had been more than 3 months since Chunzong became a martial artist, and an official disciple of the clan hall. Walking out of the scripture tower, Chunzong looked up at the sky and went to the cafeteria. Up until now, he'd already browsed through all the miscellaneous notes in the martial repository tower, and it had indeed allowed Chunzong's accumulation of martial arts knowledge to increase greatly, and his horizons had broadened a step further, but he still didn't have the slightest clue about the realm of truth. Thinking about it, in the entire Li clan's aristocratic clan, which had been passed down for 600 to 700 years, there had never been anyone who had cultivated their sword techniques to the true secret realm. In fact, in the entire martial wind city, the true secret realm was just a legend. Thus, Chunzong could not be anxious. The more anxious I am, the more confused I will be. Chunzong took a deep breath and said to himself. His tense mind relaxed. He had thought it through. It was great that he could reach the realm of truth. However, if he couldn't reach it, he couldn't force it. Otherwise, it would only affect his state of mind. If it slowly accumulated, it would only lead to problems. He went to a corner of the training field and didn't draw his sword. Instead, he practiced the Tiger Power Fist art several times as a warm-up. As he practiced, it was as if there was a shocking tiger roar that resounded through the forest. Chunzong only felt that his understanding and control of the Tiger Power Fist art had directly increased. I actually broke through. Chunzong was surprised. Among all the Foundation Establishment martial arts he had practiced, it was the first to reach the realm of perfection. However, because of his sword practice, he rarely used it. However, today, he had broken through to the realm of imperceptibility. This allowed Chunzong to have a different understanding of the realm of imperceptibility. Sword and fist, fist and sword, there were differences but also similarities. I wonder when I can reach the realm of imperceptibility. Chunzong thought to himself and drew his sword. He continued to practice the 3 Foundation Establishment sword techniques that had reached the arcane realm 10 times a day. After that, he practiced the 8 true sword stances 50 times a day and the 18 basic sword stances 50 times a day. Now that he lacked the conditions to practice the 4 key swords, he could only do so. As for his arms, Chunzong could not only easily forge ordinary iron, but also fine iron. He tried to forge a pair of arm guards with heavy iron. After failing 7 or 8 times, he finally forged a pair of heavy iron arm guards that satisfied him. It had to be said that heavy iron was not suitable for forging. Every time he failed, it was not because Chunzong's skills were not good enough, but because the heavy iron was too brittle. Elder Lai's help was inseparable from the fact that the final forging was successful. He had added some other materials to increase the toughness of the arm guard. The arm guard were very thin, but they were very heavy. Each one weighed at least 50 kilograms. When they were worn on Chunzong's forearm, they could not be seen at all because of his sleeves. Chunzong was not used to it when the heavy iron plate was replaced with a heavy iron arm guard that weighed 100 pounds, but he soon got used to it. After resting for a while, Chunzong pulled out his sword again. The blade of the precious iron sword glowed with a faint blue light. It was extremely sharp. The cold light on the tip of the sword was like a ray of cold stars in the night sky. After looking at it a few times, one would feel sore in the eyes. He pulled out his sword. The first level of the diffraction sword art, diffraction shadow. As he pulled out his sword, 4 sword lights flashed. As he pulled out his sword again, the 4 sword lights lined up in front and back. They slashed towards the same target one after another, leaving clear tracks in the air. The peak of the minor completion, not far from the profound completion, Chunzong said to himself. Even people like Chun Gujan and Chun Fenghua were still at the entry level of the first level of the inferior human rank martial arts. It showed how difficult it was to practice the inferior human rank martial arts. The reason why the inferior human rank martial arts were difficult to practice was that every time one practiced, one had to activate the qi and blood. Every time one practiced the inferior human rank martial arts, it would consume the power of qi and blood. It was destined that each time one practiced the inferior human rank martial arts would not last as long as the Foundation Establishment martial arts. After all, compared with physical strength, the power of qi and blood was very limited. Generally, one could only use the cultivation method or let it recover on its own. Even the young masters of the big families dared not take too many pills to recover, because it would do more harm than good. External forces were, after all, external forces. Taking an appropriate amount could have a supplementary effect, and the body would naturally eliminate the side effects, which were some impurities. However, if one took too much at a time, the impurities could not be eliminated in time. They would accumulate little by little and eventually affect one's body. The higher the inferior human rank martial arts, the more powerful it would be, and the more the power of qi and blood would be consumed. However, after using the peak of the minor completion martial arts 13 times in a row, Chunzong felt that the power of qi and blood in his body was almost exhausted. His face was pale. The limit should be about 15 times. If I reach the profound completion, I'm afraid it will be even less. After using it 2 more times, the power of qi and blood in his body was indeed exhausted. Chunzong's face was pale, and he felt empty inside. He felt powerless, but he could still hold the sword and practice the sword. What was consumed was only the power of qi and blood. He still retained most of his physical strength. Sheathing his sword, Chunzong concentrated and used the fierce tiger skill to move the power of qi and blood, speeding up the recovery. The recovery rate of qi and blood differed greatly with or without a skill. For example, the fierce tiger skill was a middle-grade mortal level skill. It could increase the recovery rate by 100%. If it was a low-grade mortal level skill, it could only increase the recovery rate by 50%. However, if it was a high-grade mortal level skill, it could increase the recovery rate by 15%. Chunzong realized that every time he used the fierce tiger skill to recover his qi and blood after using it to practice the sword, there was a significant improvement in the cultivation of the fierce tiger skill. He could feel that he was not far from mastering the first level of the fierce tiger skill. This place had long become Chunzong's exclusive place to practice the sword. No one would come to disturb him. As for Chunhe, no matter how much he hated Chunzong, he would not dare to cause trouble now. After all, Chunzong was one of the Wind martial arts for Littling and was crowned as the true sword. He could not fight in person. If he let the same level of qi and blood realm to deal with Chunzong, he might not be a match. Chunzong, today you don't need to forge a piece of refined iron. Try forging a sword. In the foundry, Elder Lai said as soon as Chunzong stepped into the forging room. Forging a sword? Chunzong was a little surprised and a little tempted at the same time. Yes, don't you want to forge a sword for yourself? Elder Lai's voice was full of temptation. Think about it. If you can wield the sword you forge, fight masters from all walks of life, and suppress geniuses from all sides, wouldn't that be even more wonderful? Seeing Chunzong's tempted expression, Elder Lai laughed secretly. He wanted to accept Chunzong as his disciple and teach him forging skills, but the latter was not interested. After thinking hard, he changed his strategy and adopted a roundabout strategy. He did not accept Chunzong as his disciple, but he would give him pointers from time to slowly arouse his interest in forging. Now, after a few months of observation, thinking, and inquiry, he finally came up with another way, which was to let Chunzong learn to forge a sword. If a person who practiced swordsmanship had the ability to forge a good sword for himself, he would naturally be willing to forge a good sword for himself. As long as Chunzong was tempted, then he could teach him the forging skills bit by bit. At that time, even if they were not master and disciple in name, they would still be master and disciple in reality. Thinking about it, Elder Lai could not help but cry at his own cleverness. Forge a sword myself. Chunzong thought deeply. During this period of time, when I was flipping through hundreds of handwritten notes in a martial library, there was a sentence that said, "Comprehend swordsmanship by forging a sword," but there was no explanation at all. At that time, I was focused on looking for traces of the realm of truth, so I didn't pay attention to it. Maybe I can give it a try? Thinking of this, Chunzong was even more tempted. He practiced swordsmanship for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was his hobby. Secondly, it was to have stronger strength. Because of his hobby, he would naturally love swords more. If he could forge a sword himself and see a good sword being born in his own hands, how wonderful would it be to compete with geniuses of the same generation and experts of the older generation with the sword that he had painstakingly forged? Thinking of this, his heartbeat increased greatly, like the roar of a drum. Think about it. If you can forge a famous sword that has been passed down for generations, how glorious would that be? Elder Lai's voice sounded again. Famous sword that has been passed down for generations? Shinzong was puzzled. Looks like you still don't know. Fine, I'll tell you. Seeing that Shinzong was puzzled, Elder Lai hurriedly continued to arouse his interest. Weapons are divided into levels. The lowest level is the common iron level, followed by the fine iron level, and above that is the treasured iron level. The treasured iron level is not the end, because there are 3 more levels above it. As expected, Chunzong was intrigued and listened attentively. Above the treasured iron level is the treasured iron level. The difference between a treasured iron level weapon and a treasured iron level weapon is like the difference between the Qi Blood Realm and the Qi Blood Realm. Elder Lai shook his head and said, to forge a treasured iron level weapon, not only does it require precious ores, it also requires superb forging skills. If the common iron level, fine iron level, and treasured iron level have a difference of 10 times in value, then the value of a treasured iron level weapon is more than 100 times that of a treasured iron level weapon. Shinzong's heart thumped. A treasured iron level sword was already so sharp. Then, what about a treasured iron level sword that was more than 100 times more valuable? Above the treasured iron level, Elder Lai deliberately paused before continuing. It's called the godly iron level, and its value is more than 100 times that of a treasured iron level. Godly iron level. Shinzong's mouth was dry. If you remember correctly, what Elder Lai said just now was that there should be another level above the godly iron level. Above the godly iron level, it's called the legendary, and is also called the legendary. Weapons, swords, are naturally called legendary swords. Every legendary swords, weapons, not only are their quality better than the godly iron level, but they also contain a wonderful story. Its value is already not something that can be measured by money. Elder Lai's tone revealed infinite yearning. In this life, if I can see a legendary sword with my own eyes, I'll be satisfied with a weapon. Legendary swords? Weapons. Legendary swords. Shinzong repeated softly. Then, how elegant would it be? The profession of a blacksmith is divided into levels. For example, if you can forge common iron, you'll be a blacksmith apprentice. If you can forge fine iron, you'll be an ordinary blacksmith, which means a normal blacksmith. If you can forge treasured iron, you'll be an elite blacksmith, which is called a fine blacksmith. I am a fine blacksmith. Elder Lai's last sentence was to flatter himself. In fact, if he wanted to forge treasured iron, it would depend on luck. He could barely be considered a fine blacksmith. What about forging treasured iron? Shinzong couldn't help but ask. Master blacksmith. Elder Lai answered quickly. All right, stop talking nonsense. Now listen carefully. I'll teach you how to forge a sword. Chapter 40. In the process of ranking up, please click and vote. In the forging room, the furnace was burning fiercely, as if it could burn everything to ashes. The red light of the fire shone, and the temperature was scorching. The 4 key techniques of blacksmithing are the foundation. You have mastered them all. In this aspect, I have nothing to teach you. But if you want to forge a sword, the 4 key techniques of blacksmithing alone is not enough. Now, I will teach you a better forging technique. 4 transformation, 5 hammers technique. After explaining the steps of forging a sword to Chunzong, Elder Lai began to teach him the 4 transformation, 5 hammers technique. The so-called 4 transformation 5 hammers technique was a more advanced forging technique that evolved from the 4 key techniques of blacksmithing. The 4 transformation was the depth of the 4 key techniques of blacksmithing. The 5 hammers were the 5 techniques to swing the hammer. Light, heavy, fast, and slow were the 4 transformations. Positive, void, press, and grind were the 5 hammers technique. Combining the 4 transformations and the 5 hammers technique was the 4 transformation 5 hammers technique. Shinzong learned very quickly after Elder Lai taught him. In fact, in the previous 2 or 3 months, Elder Lai taught Shinzong the 4 key techniques of blacksmithing and also taught Shinzong the 5 hammers technique in bits and pieces. Well, now that you have mastered the 4 transformation 5 hammers technique, immediately forge a sword for me to see, Elder Lai said unceremoniously. Shinzong had long been accustomed to Elder Lai's way of speaking and did not care. Forging a sword was different from forging a block of iron. To forge a block of iron, the rough iron was burned red and soft with fire and then hammered repeatedly. To forge a sword, the iron was melted into molten iron with fire and poured into the model to solidify into the initial embryo. After repeated hammering, it gradually took shape and finally quenched and sharpened. A sword was completed. The common iron block had long since been melted into molten iron, and under Shinzong's control, it was injected into the longsword model. The molten iron glowed with a bright red light, as if it was lava. It gave off a terrifyingly high temperature, causing Shinzong to sweat profusely. Staring at the molten iron in the mold, Shinzong watched as it cooled down and solidified bit by bit. When it was about time, he took it out and placed it on the anvil. Then he grabbed the 100-pound hammer with his right hand, lifted it up high, and smashed it down with all his might. The right of the 5 hammers meant that the hand was holding the hammer. It was the most commonly used method of holding the hammer. Su, on the other hand, was to hold it slightly without exerting much force. When a hammer was raised and brought down, it might seem fierce, but it was actually very light and would vibrate slightly. As for pressing, after the hammer landed, it would not bounce back up. Instead, it would press down on the sword embryo with a second force. Pressure, this is the increase of pressure. Grinding referred to rubbing up and down a short distance after pressing the hammer against the sword embryo. Elder Lai watched from the side and nodded secretly. It was Shinzong's first time forging a sword. Although he was a little unfamiliar with it, his overall performance was quite good. His basic skills were very solid, and his control and application of power were unique. After repeated hammering, the sword embryo took shape and solidified completely. Hammering was useless, so he decided to temper it. The water used for tempering was cold spring water. One had to grasp the timing and angle. This required superb eyesight, keen senses, and rich experience. In terms of eyesight, Shinzong was not bad. In terms of senses, Shinzong was not bad either. What he lacked was experience. Therefore, in Elder Lai's opinion, the tempering this time was very ordinary. This is the sword I forged with my own hands. Shinzong picked up the sword from the cold spring water and looked at it carefully. The body of the sword was a little uneven, and it was not straight enough. It was crooked and looked like a fire stick. Too bad. You need to continue working hard. Elder Lai took a look and scolded directly. Did he dare to say that the sword he forged for the first time was not even as good as a fire stick? After that, Shinzong no longer forged refined iron blocks. Instead, he forged swords. The task given to him by Elder Lai was to forge at least 10 ordinary iron swords this month, and he would be able to get 200 contribution points. After leaving the forging workshop, Shinzong recalled every detail of the sword forging process. How do I comprehend swordsmanship by forging swords? Obviously, forging swords and practicing swords were 2 different things. Then, what was the connection between the 2? Shinzong did not know yet, but he would find the answer. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Shinzong forged an ordinary iron sword every day, but every time, he was not satisfied. The molten iron was poured into the sword mold, taken out, hammered, shaped, and quenched. With a sizzling sound, the water vapor turned into white mist. After the quenching was completed, Shinzong took out the sword and looked at it carefully. The body of the sword was straight, even, and smooth. It was a little better than the first ordinary iron sword he used. I finally succeeded. Shinzong wiped the sweat off his face and smiled from the bottom of his heart. After successfully forging the sword, Shinzong suddenly had a deeper understanding of swords. This was because every step of the formation of the sword was under his control. Next, it's sharpening. Sharpening was to polish the blade and make it sharp. Only then would it be a real sword, not just an ornament. Sharpening was also about technique. Careless polishing would only ruin the sword. After sharpening, Chunzong's finger gently touched the blade. Feeling the sharpness, he smiled again. Suddenly, he waved the sword as if he had a telepathic connection. His chi and blood surged and exploded in a unique way. The sword light slashed out, for sword lights were very clear. Beside them, four blurry sword lights appeared. Okay. Chunzong quickly put down the ordinary iron sword. He did not have time to tidy it up. He picked up the sword and quickly left the forging workshop. After successfully forging the sword, he had a more intuitive understanding of swords. Because of this, his understanding of swordsmanship also improved. Although he was still a little confused, it did not stop him from achieving a breakthrough. The forging workshop was not a place to practice swordsmanship. With that feeling, Chunzong ran like a horse to a corner of the training field. He pulled out the sword, grasped that feeling, and immediately started practicing. Over and over again, the four blurry sword lights slowly became clear. After 15 times, his chi and blood were exhausted. Chunzong had to recover. After recovering, he continued practicing swordsmanship over and over again, as if he did not know the meaning of fatigue. Until the sun set in the west, night fell, and the bright moon quietly rose into the sky, splitting light and sweeping shadow. Once again, he slashed out. 8 clear sword lights slashed forward. Looking carefully, 4 of them were very clear and bright, while the other 4 were relatively dim. Splitting light and sweeping shadow, I finally mastered it. Chunzong exhaled. He was sweating all over. His stomach was growling from hunger. He quickly took out an energy pill and ate it. Then, he went to the cafeteria. Splitting light and sweeping shadow at the mastery level consumes 1/5 of my chi and blood. If I reach the peak of the mastery level, I'm afraid it will be even more. Although the consumption of chi and blood increased, the power of splitting light and sweeping shadow at the mastery level was indeed much stronger than at the peak of the mastery level. Practicing swordsmanship, forging swords, and practicing martial arts. Chunzong could feel his progress every day. However, he still had no clue about the realm of truth, and the 8 forms of the true sword was still at the peak of perfection. Year 395, December 28th of the Jinwu calendar. It was the end of another year. Martial Wind City was located in the east of the eastern continent. The 4 seasons did not change that much. However, in such a cold winter, the cold wind was still chilly. In a corner of the martial arts field, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The sharp sword light was dazzling. It tore through the cold wind and split into 8. With another slash, the 8 sword lights lined up and slashed at the same place. As if they were cutting through space, they left a clear sword mark. It took a few breaths for it to disappear. After exhausting all of his chi and blood, Chunzong started practicing the fierce tiger art. His chi and blood were like tigers. As he circulated them, a powerful and fearless aura gathered in his body. His chi and blood were recovering at an accelerated rate. When his chi and blood were fully recovered, Chunzong felt the inside of his body vibrating. It was as if a tiger's roar was echoing through the forest. The roar was earth-shattering. His chi and blood were vibrating violently. After his chi and blood calmed down, Chunzong sensed it carefully. His face was filled with joy. I've mastered the first level of the fierce tiger art. The fierce tiger art was a middle-grade, mortal-level martial arts technique. It was divided into 3 levels. Mastering the first level would allow one to reach level 7 of the chi and blood realm. Mastering the second level would allow one to reach level 8 of the chi and blood realm. Mastering the third level would allow one to reach level 9 of the chi and blood realm. However, the difficulty of practicing a cultivation technique was often higher than that of a martial art of the same level. Many of the disciples in the clan hall had yet to master the first stage, let alone the second stage. As for the entire Chen family, only a small number of people could master all 3 stages of the fierce tiger technique. The higher the level of the martial arts technique, the higher the upper limit of one's cultivation. It also meant that one's cultivation speed and chi and blood recovery speed would increase. The exchange for the second level of the Fierce Tiger art requires 500 contribution points. I've already exceeded that amount. Shenzong thought to himself. He immediately set off for the martial arts tower. The martial arts techniques on the second and third level of the martial arts tower only have names and introductions. There are no details. Once you've made your choice, come back and tell me, the martial arts tower administrator said to Shenzong. This method was to prevent people from recording more martial arts techniques after entering the second and third levels of the martial arts tower. I choose the second level of the Fierce Tiger art, Shenzong said. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to enter the second level. Shenzong, 500 contribution points deducted. Then, the administrator took out a silk booklet and handed it to Shenzong. This is the second level of the Fierce Tiger art. You must return it within 10 days. The second level of the Fierce Tiger art was much more profound than the first level. However, it was based on the first level. There were only some additions and changes made to the circulation of chi and blood, making it more efficient. However, if one were to cultivate the second level directly, it would be more difficult because it lacked the foundation of the first level. Shenzong quickly replaced the first level with the circulation of the second level. He immediately felt that his chi and blood recovered at a faster rate. It was almost 50%. In other words, if he continued to cultivate, he could grasp that the cultivation speed of the second level was 50% faster than that of the first level. In other words, the cultivation speed and recovery speed of the second level of the Fierce Tiger art of the middle class of the human level was comparable to the first level of the upper class of the human level. Moreover, Shenzong could feel that the chi and blood driven by the second level of the Fierce Tiger art was like a tiger. Its momentum was even stronger than that of the first level. Chapter 41. The temperature suddenly dropped by 10 degrees. My whole body is shivering, and my 2 claws are almost frozen. Riding is really a challenge. Fellow brothers, remember to protect yourself from the cold and keep warm. I really envy Shenzong. He can still go out now. In early spring, the coldness seemed to be heavier, but the sunshine was lively and full of vitality. Everything was nourished and grew. On the branches of a few big trees, clusters of tender green appeared. Under the dewdrops, they were verdant. Under the refraction of the light, a figure was reflected, as if a small person was practicing swordsmanship. Light-splitting shadow. With a slash of his sword, 8 sword lights pierced through the air like arrows, leaving behind 8 clear sword scars. After practicing light-splitting shadow several times, Shenzong's chi and blood were exhausted. He ran the second level of Fierce Tiger skill to recover. After recovering, he began to practice light-splitting shadow. Light-splitting swordsmanship was divided into 2 levels. The first level was light-splitting shadow. The second level was light-splitting shadow. There was no doubt that the second level was much more powerful than the first. The first level of guiding style had 7 movements. The second level of guiding style had 9 movements. The first 7 movements were the same as the first level. The difference was the 8th and 9th movements, which are the essence of light-splitting shadow. To practice the second level, one had to reach the profound realm of the second level as the foundation. At first, Shenzong didn't understand. Now he understood that it was not absolute, but relative. In the cultivation of martial arts, the higher the realm, the higher the level of understanding of that martial art. The degree of mastery would also increase accordingly. Only after reaching the realm of great mastery would one be able to cultivate the second stage. In fact, it should be said that when one's understanding of splitting light and sweeping shadow reached the realm of great mastery, one would be able to cultivate shadowless splitting. Of course, in most cases, understanding also meant that one had mastered it. Only in some rare cases, one had to understand it first and then master it later. There was no synchronization. The difficulty of practicing light-splitting shadow was in the 8th and 9th movement. Perhaps it was because Chunzong would make adjustments according to his own thoughts while practicing the scattered light, fleeting shadows. The eighth movement was not difficult for him at all, but the ninth movement was a problem. The purpose of the guiding style was to guide the vitality force to circulate in a unique way. The eighth movement was an extension and strengthening of the first 7 movements, but the ninth movement circulation of qi and blood would undergo a huge change in an instant. It was as if the circulation of qi and blood had changed from releasing to withdrawing, and from scattering to gathering. The completely different circulation method required Chunzong to control the circulation of qi and blood in an instant. It was as if a galloping horse had to suddenly turn around. After practicing for a while, Chunzong still couldn't find a clue. The clan hall wasn't sealed off, and it was very well informed. Tang Junluo has made a breakthrough. Chunzong was a little surprised when he heard the news, but he thought it was normal. After all, Tang Junluo had tempered his blood qi 8 times. As a martial artist, his cultivation speed was much faster. Moreover, he was the young master of the Tang family. Naturally, he would enjoy better resources. It was only natural for him to break through to the 5th stage of the qi and blood realm in just 4 to 5 months. Then, Li Jinshi and Zhao Wangcheng shouldn't be too far away from breaking through. Chunzong guessed. Although the two of them hadn't tempered their blood qi 8 times, they had reached the limit of 7 times. They were even better than him. Moreover, they were the young masters of 2 wealthy families. Needless to say, they enjoyed even better treatment. As for the young masters of the Chun family, the older one had already left the clan hall, and the younger one wasn't even old enough to practice martial arts. About half a month later, another piece of news came. Li Jinshi and Zhao Wangcheng had broken through to the 5th stage of the qi and blood realm. "I'll be there soon too," Chunzong said to himself. The third piece of news was that Tang Junluo, Li Jinshi, and Zhao Wangcheng had left Fengwu City separately and entered Mount Fulong to seek out beasts to train themselves. Beasts? Chunzong's gaze was distant. Monstrous beasts were a terrifying and dangerous species. Even the weakest monstrous beast was equivalent to a qi and blood realm level 4 martial artist. They were born with strong bodies, sharp claws and teeth, astonishing survival abilities, and a certain level of intelligence. Under normal circumstances, martial artists of the same level were no match for monstrous beasts. Martial artists who could single-handedly kill beasts of the same level were called elite martial artists. Should I also leave the clan hall and go to Mount Fulong to train? Chunzong suddenly had this thought. He used to think that it wasn't the right time, but now he seemed to be influenced by Tang Junluo and the other two. No matter how outstanding he was still a 15-year-old youth. "I'll go to Mount Fulong, but not now." Chunzong suppressed his inner desire. Reality proved once again that shadowless dispersion was harder to cultivate than shadowless dispersion, especially the 9th movement, which had to instantly reverse the flow of blood qi. Chunzong failed every time, and every failure would cause his blood qi to vibrate, making him feel very uncomfortable. At the forge, Chunzong could already easily forge ordinary iron swords of excellent quality. Elder Lai began to teach him how to forge fine iron swords. At the martial library, Chunzong spent 200 contribution points to exchange for the right to cultivate the wind stepping steps. There was only one level to the wind stepping steps. Chunzong studied it and realized that it wasn't very difficult to cultivate. It wouldn't take long for him to get started. From now on, he had one more move to cultivate. Chunzong began to feel that he didn't have enough time. But in order to improve his overall strength, he had to squeeze in the lack of time and find joy in the midst of hardship. February 15th, 396 of the Jinwu calendar. Under the shade of the tree, a figure was walking at a fast pace, as if he was stepping on the wind. His body moved with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared 3 meters away. His body flashed again and appeared 3 meters away again. The wind stepping steps is easy to cultivate. The cultivation and execution of the wind stepping steps required the consumption of vitality force. The classification was also very straightforward. Taking 1 step was entry level, 2 steps was minor success, and 3 steps was major success. Shunzong's cultivation was at the 4th level of the blood chi realm. When he executed the wind stepping steps, he could cover 3 meters in 1 step. Now that he could take 2 steps consecutively, he was at the initial level. He cultivated the spectral swordsmanship. His blood chi was depleted once again. The 2nd level of the fierce tiger skill was activated. When his blood chi was fully recovered, Chunzong felt his blood chi become restless, as if it was about to escape his control. This feeling, Chunzong's expression changed. He quickly continued to activate the fierce tiger skill. He used his mind to coordinate with the fierce tiger skill and forcefully controlled his surging blood chi. His blood chi became more and more restless, but Chunzong had a firm grip on it. It was as if he was taming a ferocious tiger. This might be difficult for an ordinary martial artist, but it was nothing for Chunzong. The restlessness of his blood chi was gradually suppressed. It was as if a raging river had calmed down. However, there were continuous roars of tiger. As his blood chi circulated, it became more abundant. Abundant blood chi. This was the sign of the 5th level of the blood chi realm. I've finally reached the 5th level of the blood chi realm. Chunzong smiled. This was within his expectations. He could clearly feel the blood chi circulating in his body. It was abundant, as if it had spread all over his body. It had at least doubled. He drew his sword and executed the spectral strike. 8 sword gleams followed, tearing through the air and leaving a 2-meter-long sword mark on the ground. I've used up almost 1/10 of my blood chi. It seems that the breakthrough in cultivation not only doubled the amount of blood chi, but also slightly increased its purity. Chunzong came to this conclusion as he acutely sensed the depletion of his blood chi. Since my cultivation has broken through to the 5th level of the blood chi realm, I'll need at least a year to reach the 6th level of the blood chi realm. I still have no clue about the true secret realm. The 8 forms of the true sword is at the peak of perfection, but it's difficult to break through. The 2nd level of the spectral swordsmanship is quite difficult to get started with. After thinking about it, Chunzong realized that there was nothing he could improve in a short period of time. In other words, he had passed the period of rapid improvement and was about to enter a relatively stable period. Since that was the case, going out to train was the best choice. Let's go to the mission room and take a look at the missions. Going out to train often had a purpose. Other than improving oneself, one also had to complete some missions to earn contribution points. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chunzong's gaze carefully swept across the mission panel as he memorized one mission after another. Missions related to killing monsters and obtaining certain parts of their bodies, as well as missions related to picking herbs, were all within the scope of acceptance. Anyway, he would not lose anything even if he could not complete them. The last mission was to guard the mineral vein. The Chen family had an iron mine in Mount Fulong. Miners would mine it every day. Most of the mined iron would be sold to various families in Martial Wind City. A small portion would be kept for themselves and supplied to the clan hall's foundry. It could be said that the iron mine was one of the Chun family's main sources of income. Since that was the case, the mineral vein was very important. It had to be heavily guarded to prevent others from seizing the opportunity to attack and invade. As for the mission of guarding the mineral vein, it was also to give the clan hall's disciples a chance to train. The limit of this mission was 10 people, and the duration of the mission was 3 months. During the mission, unless there was a special reason, they were not allowed to leave their posts for long periods of time. However, they were not restricted from leaving the iron mine for a short period of time to look for herbs in the vicinity. If they left their posts for more than 5 days, they would be considered to have failed the mission and would be punished by having 300 contribution points deducted. However, if they completed this mission, they would be able to obtain 1,200 contribution points. It was a good deal. Chunzong was the last person to accept this mission. Since you've already accepted this mission, get ready. Gather here in the afternoon and set off to the mineral vein with the other 9 people. Don't delay. If you miss the time, you'll fail the mission, the administrator said solemnly. Got it. Chunzong nodded and turned to leave. He first went to the foundry to inform Elder Lai that he had to make some preparations, such as bringing bags and some dry food. After lunch, Chunzong went to the mission room to wait. Not long after, the other 9 people arrived one after another. There were disciples of the Heaven Court and disciples of the Earth Court. Among the 9 people, Chunzong saw a few familiar faces. They were Chunzong, a disciple of the Earth Court who was also from the branch family in Xiaohu Town. There was also Chun Waixio, who came to find trouble with him on Chunhe's orders but left in a sorry state. There was also Chun Kaiwe, who wanted to gain something without risking anything. When they saw Chunzong, the 3 of them were very surprised. Brother Chunzong, did you also accept this mission? Chunzong could not help but ask. Do you think you can do whatever you want with a precious iron sword? You might even die under the claws of a demonic beast. Chun Waixio still hated Chunzong for making him leave in a sorry state that day. Chun Kaiwe stared at Chunzong with a gaze as sharp as a sword. Chapter 42. Warning. Warning. The author is frozen. Everyone, please help. Please help immediately. Mount Fulong stretched for tens of thousands of miles. The 7 martial cities of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder were located at the bottom of Mount Fulong. They were relatively close to each other. Mount Fulong was the first choice for martial artists from the 7 martial cities to train. It was also a must-go place. Mount Fulong was long and wide, but it was only a branch of the 100 Beast Mountain Range. When Chunzong found out about this, he was very shocked. Mount Fulong was already so long and wide. What about the 100 Beast Mountain Range? Countless beasts roamed Mount Fulong. The weakest was naturally a first-grade low-grade beast. It was said that there were 4th-grade beasts and even higher-grade beasts. Only powerful martial artists who had surpassed the Blood Chi realm could fight against them. Under the lead of a deacon, the 10 people from the Chun Clan Hall left Martial Wind City. Relying on their own 2 feet, they quickly headed in the direction of the Hidden Dragon Mountains. Along the way, the deacon explained the situation of the Hidden Dragon Mountains to them, focusing on the Chun Clan's iron mine. The Chun Clan's iron mine was in Mount Fulong, but it was not too deep. It was deeper than the outer area. It was said that the beasts that roamed there were usually 1st-grade and 2nd-grade beasts. 3rd-grade beasts would occasionally appear, but they were rare. The 10 of you will be divided into 5 groups. You will be stationed at 5 different directions of the mine. Remember, you must leave at least 1 person in the stronghold. Both of you cannot leave at once. Warden Chun Xiaojie's tone was solemn. You should already know the other rules from the mission summary. The forest was everywhere and the grass was lush. Although the path was a little bumpy, it did not hinder the group. After all, they were all martial artists. This was Chunzong's first time entering a mountain since he was young. Moreover, Mount Fulong was even bigger than Mount Fengho outside Little Lake Town. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was as if he was excited. He felt that he could not get enough of the scenery around him. The immersive experience was very wonderful. It was as if he had suddenly walked out of a cage. The sky was high and the ground was wide. His heart was also infinitely bigger. Vaguely, there seemed to be something stirring, but there was nothing. As they walked, the vegetation gradually became sparse, until it finally disappeared. Everyone knew that they had arrived at the Chun Clan's mine. Mineral veins produced pig iron and small amounts of heavy iron, which could be refined. After refining, the pig iron ore would become crude iron, which could then be forged into ordinary iron, refined iron, and so on. As for heavy iron, although there was less of it, its use was limited and its value was not high. Deacon Xiao Jie, it's your turn to lead this mission. A group of 10 people walked in front of them. They were all wearing light iron armor and had long sabers at their waists. They looked to be at least in their 20s. Their expressions were cold and solemn, and their bodies emitted traces of murderous aura. Immediately, they brought an invisible pressure to Qinzong and the other 10 people. That was a murderous aura that could only be cultivated through a true battle of life and death. These 10 people were the Chun family's martial artists who guarded the mineral vein. They were also known as the Chun family's Iron Guards. Each of them had a cultivation level of at least Qi and Blood Realm 7th stage, or even higher. The one who greeted them was the leader of the 10. He looked to be in his 30s and had a stern look on his face. The smile that he squeezed out looked a little forced, as if he rarely smiled. Yes, Captain Tai-san. Nothing has happened to the mineral vein recently, right? Deacon Qin Xiao Jia replied with a smile. With the Chun family's Iron Guard around, nothing will happen. Captain Tai-san's tone revealed a kind of confidence. That's true. Qin Xiao Jia's tone was not perfunctory, but also a kind of confidence. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before Captain Tai-san led his team to continue their patrol. Deacon Qin Xiao Jia also took the opportunity to introduce the Chun family's Iron Guards to everyone. The Qin family's Iron Guards were the direct guards of the Qin family. Only those who had reached Qi and Blood Realm 7th stage were qualified to enter. There were a total of 120 of them. Other than the head captain, they were divided into 12 small teams, with 3 small teams guarding the mineral vein. They rotated once a year. There were 30 martial artists who were at least Qi and Blood Realm 7th stage. Every one of them was an elite martial artist who had gone through many life and death battles. Not only were they strong individually, but they were also good at teamwork. In addition, there were also elders who had surpassed the Qi and Blood Realm. It was not difficult for them to guard a mineral vein. This was also the reason why the mineral vein still belonged to the Chun family after so many changes over the past few decades. Qinzong and the others could not help but feel a sense of respect for the Chun family's Iron Guards. Qinzong and the other 10 people were brought to the center of the mineral vein. There were 2 big rows of houses there. One row was for the miners, and the other row was for the elders and the Iron Guards who guarded the mineral vein. After meeting the elders and the Iron Guards, the 10 people were assigned to their respective positions. Qinzong, I'll give you one more chance. Hand the sword to me. Chun Kaiwa walked to Qinzong's side and said in a low voice, "The favor I owe you still counts. Also, you can be in my group. I can protect you and let you complete your mission smoothly." Qinzong did not even bother to say anything and walked to Qinzong's side. "Brother Qinzong, I'll be in your group," said Qinzong. "That would be great." Qinzong also had the same intention. After all, they were both from Little Lake Town and were relatively closer to each other. Chun Kaiyue's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. Qinzong actually dared to look down on him. "Qinzong, aren't you afraid of being in the same group as a Qi and Blood Realm level 4 cultivator?" Qin Waixio laughed strangely. "Aren't you also a Qi and Blood Realm level 4? Qinzong retorted. Your information is outdated. I'm already at Qi and Blood Realm level 5 now." Qin Waixio was a little proud. "All right, since you've been assigned to your groups, each of you will choose a direction and walk there. You'll see the house and stay there for 3 months. If you run out of food, you can come here to get it. If you encounter something you can't solve, you can also come here to ask for help. Also, remember, if you encounter a beast that you're not confident of defeating, remember to send a signal for help." Chun Xiaojie clapped his hands and signaled for everyone to start the mission. "Brother, let's go this way." Qinzong pointed to the west. However, Chun Waixio seemed to be deliberately opposing him and led his group to the west. Qinzong and Qinzong did not care and chose to go north. A small courtyard was located in the mountains. On one side, there was sparse vegetation, while on the other side, it was barren. It was like a dividing line. Qinzong and Qinzong lived in the small courtyard. Each of them had a bedroom. There were other rooms that had other uses, such as a kitchen. The air in the mountains was very fresh, and the scenery was very beautiful. However, there was a slight metallic smell, perhaps because of the mineral vein boundary. After receiving enough food for 10 days, Qinzong and Qinzong settled down peacefully. Besides cultivating, they would also take turns to patrol the nearby area. Today, it was Chunzong's turn to patrol again. After circling left and right, they walked forward. Gradually, the vegetation became sparse and flourished. Chunzong suddenly smelled a very strange, fishy smell. It seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. He immediately realized that something was approaching him. Suddenly, an indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. Maybe it's a monster, Chunzong thought to himself. His left hand gripped the sword even harder. Since he started cultivating and became a martial artist, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm. However, other than some sparring sessions, he had never experienced a real battle. His father once said that an outstanding martial artist had to go through life and death situations. Only then could they truly grow. Chunzong did not know about the other Iron Guards of the Qin family, but he had seen the 10 of them with his own eyes. Every one of them had a murderous aura that gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Monster, come on. Chunzong almost held his breath as he muttered to himself. His eyes became extremely sharp as he stared ahead, as if he could see through countless vegetation. As the fishy smell became thicker, the vegetation in front of him swayed. That thing was getting closer. A red pattern appeared, becoming clearer and clearer. Its dark yellow fur was dotted with red markings. It looked like a huge lynx, red-spotted leopard. The moment Chunzong saw it, the various handwritten notes he had read in the clan hall's martial arts repository flashed through his mind. He instantly identified its name and all other information. Red-spotted leopard. An adult red-spotted leopard was about 1.5 meters long. It was a low-grade Class 1 monster. It was fast and had explosive power. Its claws were extremely sharp, comparable to a fine iron sword. Moreover, the red-spotted leopard did not have any obvious weaknesses. If one had to point it out, it would be that it was not strong enough. However, it was relatively easy to kill those below the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Even if a normal 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm unleashed their full strength, they would not necessarily be its match. After all, monsters were born with strong bodies and a certain level of intelligence. They were also good hunters in the forest. The red-spotted leopard in front of him was about 1.6 meters long. It was definitely an adult. The red-spotted leopard lowered its body like a drawn bow. Its golden eyes locked onto Chunzong. It was extremely cold and filled with brutality. Its front claws lightly scratched deep marks on the ground. Its strength surged violently, ready to explode at any time to deliver a fatal blow. Its brutal aura and cold, emotionless eyes were enough to make a 4th level Qi and Blood realm martial artist who had never seen blood tremble. It would be difficult for them to unleash even a fraction of their strength. Even a 5th level Qi and Blood realm martial artist would not fare much better. Chunzong's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. He felt chills all over his body and his skin tingle. He was horrified. He realized that he had never experienced a life-or-death battle. Facing monsters that had survived countless killings, he was naturally at a disadvantage. He assumed the starting stance of the crouching sword style. His eyes were fixed on a red-spotted leopard, not letting go of even the slightest movement. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Everything around him seemed to be fading away. Only the sound of his heartbeat became clearer, like the beating of a drum. The tip of the mysterious sword trembled slightly. A silver dragon danced in the air, illuminating his entire body. Chunzong's breathing became long and deep. He was highly focused. His bones and muscles were in a relaxed state. In an instant, he was able to unleash a shocking amount of strength. One man and one beast faced off. Chapter 43. This week, a new book will be on the list. Everyone, please log into your account to read it and vote for this book. The mountain wind blew past, whistling loudly, bringing with it waves of coolness. The green grass swayed with the wind like waves. The red-spotted leopard remained motionless. Chunzong seemed to have turned into a statue. Only his hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. Breath after breath passed. Zong became calmer and calmer. He entered an indescribable state. It was as if he and the red-spotted leopard were the only things left in the world. Everything else had disappeared. The red-spotted leopard's figure seemed to be magnified in front of Zong's eyes. It was the first time Zong faced a beast. Even if it was equivalent to a level 4 Qi and Blood Realm beast, he did not dare to underestimate it. This was not a spar, but a battle of life and death. The slightest carelessness would lead to death. The red-spotted leopard moved. As if it had turned into a bolt of lightning, it flew a few meters. It raised its sharp claws and tore through the air. With ferocity, it clawed at Zong. It felt danger and temptation from the human in front of it. The temptation of qi and blood. If it ate the human, it would definitely become more powerful. Its sharp claws glinted with a cold light. It was as if a meteor from outer space was about to pierce through Zong's eyes. The terrifying chill caused his qi and blood to slow down. So fast, Zong was surprised. This speed was faster than any of the level 4 qi and blood realm beasts he had fought. Using the fierce tiger skill, the aura of a fierce tiger suddenly burst out from his body. At the same time, a tiger's roar seemed to ring out. The red-spotted leopard was slightly shocked and thought that the human in front of it had turned into a tiger-type beast. With the activation of the level 5 qi and blood realm, Zong's arm strength immediately increased by 2,000 caddies, reaching a shocking 3,000 caddies. Not only was his strength increased, but his speed was also increased. His right hand instantly grasped the hilt of his sword and unsheathed it. It flashed across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Sword drawing style. The sword was like a crescent moon across the sky. It was so fast that it cut through the air in front of it. The speed of the sword was much faster than the red-spotted leopard. Moreover, the timing was perfect. The precious iron sword once again proved its sharpness. Zong felt as if his sword had cut through something, and a strange sound was heard. In front of him, there was a splash of blood, and a figure fell. With a bang, dust flew into the air. Blood dripped from the sword. With a gentle shake, all the blood on the sword was shaken off. Zong's gaze fell on the red-spotted leopard in front of him. There was a huge gash on its neck, almost completely cut off. Even with such a serious injury, the red-spotted leopard was not completely dead. Its body was still twitching and struggling, as if it wanted to get up. What an amazing vitality! Zong couldn't help but exclaim. A surge of excitement welled up from the depths of his heart. Under the wound of the red-spotted leopard, there was a pool of scarlet red, and the stench was extremely pungent. Not far away, there were drops of scarlet blood dripping onto the sandy ground like a curtain of beads. He looked at the corpse of the red-spotted leopard, and then looked at the sword in his hand. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, he even had a feeling that the sword in his hand had only just been sharpened. At first, I thought that after the sword was sharpened, it would be sharpened. Now I know that's not true sharpening. Muttering to himself, Zong looked a little absent-minded. Only when blood is seen is the true sharpening. The sword itself is a weapon of slaughter. It's sharp, straight, and tough. A sword that doesn't see blood is just a decoration no matter how good it is. Suddenly enlightened, Zong felt as if he had grasped something, but at the same time, he felt as if he had grasped nothing. No rush, no rush. Since this feeling has already appeared, I'll grasp it sooner or later, he said to himself. He grabbed the hind leg of the red-spotted leopard, which weighed at least a few hundred kilograms, and carried it back to the small courtyard of the stronghold. Brother Zong, we have monster meat to eat today, Zong said with a smile. What a big leopard. This is a red-spotted leopard, right? It was killed in one strike. Brother, you have good sword skills. Hearing this, Zong came out. His eyes fell on the carcass of the red-spotted leopard, and he was shocked. Then, he exclaimed, it seems that brother's strength is enough to defeat most Qi and Blood Realm level 4 martial artists. Zong did not know that Zong's current cultivation was already at Qi and Blood Realm level 5. The two of them began to divide the work. They fetched clean water from the nearby stream, skinned, cleaned, and removed the useless parts. They separated the bones and flesh and set up 2 large cast iron pots. Then they opened the skin and dried it under the sun. The meat was chopped into pieces and thrown into a large cast iron pot. They added some dried herbs that were less than 10 years old and stewed them over a large fire. The bones were thrown into another large iron pot. They added an appropriate amount of water and prepared to boil them into bone glue. A martial artist's flesh was a great supplement to a monster. Conversely, a monster's flesh was also a great supplement to a martial artist. The best way to eat it was to eat it raw. However, neither Qinzong nor Qinzhong had such a habit. It was better to stew it for its taste. They stewed it for 2 hours before a strong fragrance wafted out. However, it was still not enough. They changed the fire to medium and stewed it for another 2 hours. After that, they changed the fire to low and stewed it for an hour. Other than adjusting the fire, the 2 of them cultivated separately. It smells so good. What are you cooking? Chen Weishio walked over and asked while sniffing. It's none of your business, Chen Zhong said coldly. Oh, that's the skin of a red-spotted leopard. Is there red-spotted leopard meat in the pot? Chen Weishio's eyes lit up. Naturally, they could eat monster meat in the clan hall. However, it took some time to send it from the mountain to the clan hall, so it was inevitable that the freshness would decrease. Moreover, the quantity was limited. Scram, scram, scram. Chen Zhong hated Chen Weishio and immediately chased him away. Chen Zhong did not have a good impression of this person either. I say, the 2 of you are too boring. A red-spotted leopard is so big that the 2 of you can't finish it. Moreover, as fellow clansmen, shouldn't you share some with me? Chen Weishio was very thick-skinned. He quickly approached the cast iron pot and was about to lift the lid when a sharp cold light bloomed in front of him. The cold light made his whole body numb, and he quickly retreated. Chen Zong, what do you mean by this? Are you going to kill me just because of some monster meat? Chen Weishio said sternly. What a disgrace, Chen Zhong said disdainfully. If you want to eat monster meat, go hunt it yourself. It's just some monster meat. I don't care if you give it to me. Chen Weishio flew into a rage out of humiliation. He pretended to turn around and suddenly kicked out a stone. It flew like a meteor toward the cast iron pot, intending to overturn it. Since he couldn't eat it, he would make it so that they couldn't eat it either. Chen Zhong did not have time to react. The sword flashed, and the stone was shattered into fine particles. Some of them were reflected toward Chen Weishio and hit his body, causing him great pain. Chen Weishio, you're asking for a beating. Chen Zhong was furious. He rushed over and punched Chen Weishio. Chen Weishio ran away. It's just a monster. I can hunt it too. Chen Weishio shouted as he ran. What a lowly person. Chen Zhong did not chase after him, but said disdainfully. Ignore him. The stew is almost done. Let's eat, brother. Chen Zhong smiled and did not take Chen Weishio seriously. When the lid was lifted, an indescribable fragrance wafted into their nostrils, making them drool. There was almost no oil in the soup. Large pieces of monster meat floated up and down, which was very tempting. As for the other cast iron pot, it was still simmering to extract all the essence from the bones and solidify it into glue. The 2 of them began to eat. After kicking away the unwanted parts and bones, there was more than 50 kilograms of meat left. It was enough for the 2 of them to eat for 2 or 3 days. Next, the 2 of them took turns patrolling the area. Qinzong's footprints were getting farther and farther away, and the probability of encountering demonic beasts was also getting higher and higher. After the first battle where he had seen blood, the second time he encountered a demonic beast, even if it was a mid-grade LV-1 demonic beast, Qinzong did not feel the slightest bit nervous. He was able to display his full strength and fight with it. However, a mid-grade level 1 monster was equivalent to a level 5 Qi and Blood Realm martial artist. It was much stronger than a regular level 5 Qi and Blood Realm martial artist. During the first battle, Qinzong had to use all his strength to kill it. He also suffered some injuries, mainly because he did not have enough experience in fighting monsters to the death. As the number of battles with monsters increased, Qinzong felt that the sword in his hand was getting sharper. He knew very well that it was just a feeling. The sword was still the same as before. What had changed was his mentality and willpower. It had already been a month since Chunzong had arrived at this place. During this time, Chunzong had killed 8 low-grade class 1 demonic beasts and 3 mid-grade class 1 demonic beasts. He was no longer the rookie he once was. I feel like I'm about to grasp the essence of the 8th style of the true sword, Chunzong said as he walked out to continue patrolling. Fighting with demonic beasts time and time again had allowed him to grow in every aspect, even deeper. Suddenly, Chunzong was locked on by a terrifying aura. He felt chills all over his body. What a terrifying aura. This aura is definitely stronger than a mid-grade level 1 monster. Could it be an upper-grade level 1 monster? If it was an upper-grade level 1 monster, then he did not know whether he was lucky or unlucky. The stronger monsters near the mineral vein were either killed or driven away. Most of them were low-grade level 1 monsters. Sometimes he would encounter mid-grade level 1 monsters. As for upper-grade level 1 monsters, there were very few of them. A sound that made one's scalp tingle came, as if it came from the depths of the throat. It was like a rolling thunder rushing into Chunzong's ears. Chunzong's eyes narrowed as he stared in the direction of the voice. He saw a figure slowly walking out from behind a huge tree that would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. It did not look very tall. Excluding the tail, it was about 1.8 meters long and less than 1 meter tall. Its whole body was blue, and its hair was soft and smooth, fluttering in the wind. It looked very strong and vigorous. Its green eyes seemed to be shining, cold, cruel, and cunning. Being stared at, Chunzong instinctively felt uncomfortable. Its fangs were shining with cold light, which was very scary. Its back was slightly arched, like the protrusion of its spine, as if it was made of steel. It was a wolf, a big blue wolf. Chapter 44. The mountain wind blew, but it seemed to freeze. The atmosphere was bleak. A terrifying, murderous aura surged from the ironback green wolf, locking onto Chunzong. It was pervasive, causing Chunzong's chi and blood to be slightly obstructed. Fortunately, he had cultivated fierce tiger technique to the 2nd level and reached the 5th level of the chi and blood realm. Otherwise, if he was at the 4th level of the chi and blood realm or at the 1st level of the fierce tiger technique, he would not be able to use much of his strength. With the sword in hand, Chunzong's aura continued to condense. The roars of the tiger seemed to have become sharp, as if they could pierce through gold and split stone. A level 1 upper-grade monster, in terms of level, was equivalent to the 6th level of the chi and blood realm. It was comparable to an elite martial artist at the 6th level of the chi and blood realm. Its strength was terrifying. Chunzong did not dare to turn around. He could only gather his strength and guard himself, not leaving any openings to face the wolf. His beating heart gradually calmed down. His cold eyes stared at the ironback green wolf, as if he could see every strand of hair on its body clearly. The 5 fingers of his right hand opened slightly, subconsciously moving gently. A hint of human mockery flashed through the ironback green wolf's eyes. After a few dozen breaths of time, it actually slowly approached Chunzong. Every step seemed to be carefully calculated. The aura on its body also increased, increasing the pressure on Chunzong. The 2nd level of the fierce tiger technique was activated to the extreme, resisting the increasingly powerful aura of the ironback green wolf. A trace of cold sweat seeped from his forehead and slowly flowed down. Sword sharp blade, holding the sword, not for decoration, only to protect oneself and kill the enemy. Practicing the sword, not eating or drinking, can't be so casual, not strolling and chatting, can't be so idle. With the sword in hand, one must be sincere. Between bends and straight, one must be fearless and cut through all obstacles. Drawing the sword decisively, unsheathing the sword, without the slightest hesitation. Unconsciously, the preface of the Little Sword Manual appeared in his mind. Sword edge, sharpness, bends, straightens, tenacity, fearlessness, he muttered as if he was talking to himself. The aura on his body changed as well. The tiger's roar gradually turned into the cry of a sword. The iron sword in the scabbard seemed to tremble as well, as if it wanted to leave the scabbard and reveal its sharpness. The steelback green wolf seemed to have sensed something. Its footsteps paused as a trace of suspicion flashed across its eyes. Soon after, it once again took a step forward, but its speed had clearly decreased. Closer, closer, and closer. All of a sudden, the ironback cyan wolf leaped into the air like a flash of cyan lightning, striking towards Chunzong. Chunzong only saw a flash of cyan shadow in front of his eyes, and a gust of fishy wind blew toward his face. The cold light was so sharp that it seemed to pierce through his eyes. He drew his sword. Like the collision of divine metals from outer space, the sword radiance was like a crescent moon. It streaked across the void and slashed toward the green shadow. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the long sword trembled. Chunzong immediately felt an abundant and irresistible force bending the sword and rushing toward his arm. He hurriedly retreated to neutralize the force. That sword was deflected by the ironback green wolf's sharp claws. The ironback green wolf's charge of momentum also paused. It landed on the ground and leaped up again, pouncing for a second time. Its speed was extremely fast, and its strength was extremely strong. Chunzong was in extreme danger, splitting light and sweeping shadow. With a slash of his sword, 8 sword radiances shot out, each of them shockingly sharp. The ironback green wolf did not dare to take them head-on. After its claws shattered 2 of them, it quickly flipped back and landed on the ground. It quickly moved to the side to dodge the attack. Then it pounced again, opening its sharp mouth to viciously bite Chunzong's leg. Its fangs were sharp and cold, and a stench of blood rushed out like the wind. Using the wind stepping steps, Chunzong took a step to the right. His blood and chi surged, and his body was like the wind, narrowly avoiding the ironback green wolf's bite. Then, he took a second step and appeared behind the ironback green wolf. He raised his sword and slashed down. 8 sword radiances followed closely behind, all aimed at the ironback green wolf. Chunzong was confident that if this sword could hit, even if the ironback green wolf was a Class 1 upper-ranked demonic beast, it would still die without a doubt. Chunzong was fast, but the ironback green wolf was even faster. The 8 sword radiances split the ground into 3-meter-long sword marks, but they did not manage to kill the ironback green wolf. The stench of blood surged from the sky. A green shadow suddenly jumped up, its claws tearing through the air in front of it. Chaotic sword style. 3,000 pounds of arm strength. The iron sword was swung like a butterfly flying through flowers. It was difficult to see clearly, and not only could it interfere with one's vision, it could also form a defense. The sword and the sharp claws clashed many times. Chunzong's arm shook, and he almost couldn't hold it anymore. Fortunately, he had eaten a lot of demonic beast meat and bone glue during this period of time, so his muscles and bones were even stronger. Suddenly, an extremely fast sword radiance pierced through, shooting toward the ironback green wolf's left eye. Rapid sword style. The ironback green wolf swung its sharp claws, causing the sword to shift, while the other claw went straight for Chunzong. Wind stepping steps. Unfortunately, the ironback green wolf was too strong and too fast. Chunzong could not dodge in time, and his left shoulder was scratched by the sharp claws. His sleeve was torn, and blood dripped out. Chunzong frowned slightly. The wound on his left shoulder was burning hot, but he did not have time to stop the bleeding. The ironback green wolf landed on the ground. Smelling the scent of blood, its eyes glowed red, and it became even more violent. It roared, filled with killing intent, and rushed towards Chunzong again. Wind stepping steps. He dodged 2 steps, closed in, and attacked. Residual shadow, whisking willow, eagle strike. Charging sword style. The sword radiance flashed continuously, and each sword slashed towards the ironback green wolf. The ironback green wolf turned its body, dodging Chunzong's sword radiance, and fiercely bit out, almost biting his leg. With my Qi and Blood Realm level 5 cultivation, my Qi and Blood Force can at most perform Scattered Shadows 10 times or Wind Stepping Steps 20 times. Now, I perform Scattered Shadows twice and Wind Stepping Steps 3 times. He could not help but feel a sense of danger. His footsteps were quick, and he changed his fighting style. He circled around the ironback green wolf and attacked with his sword. The ironback green wolf also quickly turned its body, clawing out with its sharp claws. If this continued, he could only hold on for a short while. After all, a monster's physical strength was often much stronger than a martial artist's, especially a monster of a higher level. Suddenly, Chen Zong stopped in his tracks and quickly stabbed out with his sword. Swift sword style. The ironback green wolf's body swayed, and it almost touched the sword as it rushed towards Chen Zong, biting fiercely at Chen Zong. Chen Zong raised his left arm and sent it into the wolf's mouth. He only felt the heavy iron arm guard on his left arm being bitten to pieces in an instant. He raised his iron sword and fiercely chopped down. Scattered Shadows. 8 sword radiance slashed down one after another, and with shocking sharpness, it cut through the ironback green wolf's fur and cut into its body, causing blood to spurt out. The sharp pain made the ironback green wolf let go of its sharp jaws, and its 2 claws reached out, shattering the last 2 sword radiances. Chen Zong quickly used the wind stepping steps to retreat, but his chest was still torn open, and blood dripped out. Landing on the ground, a large amount of stinky blood gushed out from the wound, dyeing half of its body red. The ironback green wolf still did not fall. Its skin, muscles, and bones were tough, completely out of Chen Zong's expectation. That sword attack actually did not kill it directly. Both man and beast were wounded. Chen Zong resisted the pain of his wound and raised his sword, using the wind stepping steps again. His body was like the wind as he approached the ironback green wolf. Scattered Shadows. 8 sharp sword radiances arrived, but the ironback green wolf immediately retreated, and like a gust of wind, it turned around and rushed into the forest, quickly disappearing. It escaped. Chen Zong retracted his gaze and quickly retreated as well. Now that he was wounded and his body reeked of blood, if he was unlucky, he would attract other demonic beasts. With his current injured body and the lack of qi and blood in his body, a mid-tier level 1 demonic beast would be enough to give him a hard time. As he quickly retreated, he was about to take out some hemostatic powder, but first he grabbed a round ball. It was gray and engraved with tiger stripes. Distress signal. Chen Zong could not help but feel a little speechless. The distress signal was something that every martial artist in the mine must carry. Perhaps it was because he had killed a lot of demonic beasts recently, and things were going too smoothly, but Chen Zong had long forgotten about this distress signal. But then again, when he was confronting the ironback green wolf, any movement could have directly triggered the ironback green wolf's violent attack. Chen Zong's attention was completely focused on the ironback green wolf and did not think about the distress signal at all. Fortunately, in the end, both sides were injured, and the ironback green wolf was forced to retreat. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. Although he had neglected the distress signal and was injured all over, Chen Zong was very happy. He had gained a lot from this battle, and he believed that if he settled down properly, it would be more helpful for his swordsmanship. Moreover, this fierce battle had also proven his current strength. He was stronger than most Qi and Blood Realm 5th stage martial artists, and he might be able to hold his own against an average Qi and Blood Realm 6th stage martial artist. Clan brother, how did you get injured all over? Chen Zong exclaimed anxiously when he returned to the stronghold. I encountered a rather strong demonic beast. Chen Zong smiled. Clan brother, don't worry. It's just a flesh wound. It's not a big deal. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. You can kill a mid-tier level 1 demonic beast, but you're still injured. Could it be that you encountered an upper-tier level 1 demonic beast? Chen Zong was shocked. By now, he already knew that Chen Zong's cultivation had reached the 5th stage of the Qi and Blood Realm. He was surprised but also amazed. This was because he, Chen Zong, had entered the clan hall a year earlier than Chen Zong, and his current cultivation was also at the 5th stage of the Qi and Blood realm. Although their cultivation levels were at the same level, Chunzhong was confident that his strength should be above Chunzong's. Now, it seemed that he was wrong again. Yes, Chunzong did not deny it. Earlier, he had only hastily applied medicinal powder to stop the bleeding. Now that he was back, he naturally had to clean the wound first before applying other medicinal powders, such as disinfectant and accelerated wound healing. Then he bandaged the wound. The heavy metal bracer on his left forearm was completely shattered. The iron-backed green wolf's fangs had left a few teeth holes on his forearm. Fortunately, they were not deep and did not injure his muscles or bones. Otherwise, it would have been more troublesome. For the rest of the time, the patrol mission could only be handed over to Chunzhong. Chunzong, on the other hand, rested. In order to prevent his wound from rupturing, he did not even practice his sword techniques. He didn't cultivate, but he didn't stay idle either. Instead, he used these few days to organize the life and death battles he had with the demonic beasts again and again. Especially this last time, when he fought the Ironback Azure Wolf and brushed past life and death, it allowed him to have a deeper understanding of all aspects, especially the sword and sword techniques. Chapter 45. Chunzong, you finally reached the imperceptible realm of the real Sword 8 movements. You'll also have new gains. In addition, the 3rd volume has ended. Tomorrow you'll start the 4th volume, The Realm of Truth. Look forward to it. Brother, I'm going out to patrol. I'll leave this place to you. Chunzhong was fully armed, wearing light iron armor and boxing gloves inlaid with fine iron plates. He said to Chunzong, then turned and walked out of the small courtyard. Brother, be careful. If you're in danger, use the SOS flare immediately, Chunzong reminded him. In the past 10 days, Chunzhong went out to patrol. He even took over Chunzong's patrol. As for Chunzong, he was recuperating in the small courtyard and recovering from his injuries. The physique of a warrior was different from that of an ordinary person. Not only was his strength and speed many times better than that of an ordinary person, but his self-healing ability was also many times better. Such injuries, even with medicine, on an ordinary person, would take at least a month to recover. However, on Chunzong, it was completely healed in 10 days, leaving only a faint scar. The style of the light iron armor was similar to that worn by the Iron Guards of the Qin family. It was issued recently because for some reason, there were more demonic beasts than usual in the area. Even rare demonic beasts of the upper class of LV1 appeared everywhere. The purpose of the light iron armor was to increase their defense and survival ability. Since they had accepted the task of guarding the mineral vein, they could do nothing if they were accidentally killed by demonic beasts. In the small courtyard, Chunzong stretched his arms and legs. In the past 10 days, in order to prevent his wounds from tearing, he didn't practice sword arts. He felt that his body was about to rust. Now that his injuries were healed, when he moved his arms and legs, there was a continuous cracking sound like beans being fried. After the exercise, he practiced the tiger strength fist art. Every punch carried a shocking sound of a tiger roaring, and his momentum was imposing. For 10 days, Chunzong didn't cultivate, but he didn't slack off either. Instead, he sorted out what he had seen and learned since he started cultivating. He gathered the bits and pieces, removed the unnecessary things, and only left the essence that was beneficial to him. Then, he deepened his understanding and extended it. Training really requires a balance between work and rest. If I keep training hard without any time to digest the information, I'm bound to miss something. Chunzong muttered to himself as he gripped the scabbard with his left hand. His aura instantly changed. Wisps of sharpness were quietly born and condensed, like sharp swords in their sheaths. He lowered his body, crouching sword style. The hidden sharpness of his aura suddenly became intense. The essence of the 8 forms of the true sword flashed through his mind like a stream of water. His aura became more and more condensed. His right hand moved like lightning, grabbing the sword hilt and pulling it out instantly. A crescent-shaped sword light sliced through everything in front of him, its sharpness unstoppable. Sword drawing style. Charging sword form. Ring sword form. Chop sword style. Chaotic sword style. Swift sword style. Explosive sword style. In just a few breaths, he had practiced the 8 forms of the true sword once. Putting the sword back in the scabbard, Chunzong's back was as straight as a sword. His body was still, and his aura was once again reserved. Gradually, it became weaker and weaker until it couldn't be felt at all. 8 forms of the true sword, true sword, true sword. I finally understand why I couldn't find the opportunity to break through to the imperceptible realm after reaching the peak of the consummate realm. It's because my cultivation direction has deviated. True sword, true sword. Sharpness is a sword. Tenacity and unyielding is a sword. Fearlessness is a sword. Cutting through thorns is a sword. Taking lives at the sight of blood is a sword. Sentence after sentence, his voice became louder and louder. His eyes became brighter and sharper, as if there was a cold light flickering in them. It was as if the sword light was about to shoot out. The so-called true sword. Sharpness, tenacity, unyielding, fearlessness, and killing. The aura that had been reserved to the extreme burst out in an instant. It was extremely sharp, and his whole body seemed to be a sword. Then, the iron sword was unsheathed. Without any posture, the sword slashed forward like a crescent moon in the night sky. It was so bright that it tore the night sky apart. Sword drawing style. It was the same sword drawing style, but it gave off a unique feeling. It was as if there was some kind of qualitative change. Every bit of strength was used to the extreme, and the crescent moon sword light seemed to be flying out of the sword. The power of qi and blood fluctuated like a river. Chunzong held the sword in his right hand and performed one style after another. The power of each style had reached the extreme, far more powerful than before. Every sword left a clear trajectory in the air. Explosive sword style. The sword blasted out like a giant cannon. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to smash a mountain. The air under the sword was squeezed and split, forming a vacuum wave that shot forward and hit the wall of the small courtyard. With a bang, dust flew up. This is the tittle phase of the 8 styles of the true sword. The iron sword fell naturally, under the sunlight. Chunzong's face seemed to be full of divine light. After practicing hard and searching for an epiphany, Chunzong was finally able to reach the tittle phase. However, he was not excited. Instead, he was very calm, as if it was natural. After 10 days of meditation, success came naturally. The power of the 8 styles of the true sword in the consummate phase is comparable to the power of diffusing light and sweeping shadow. Now that it has reached the tittle phase, its power has increased sharply. It is completely better than diffusing light and sweeping shadow, Chunzong said to himself. It would be hard to believe if he said it out loud. After reaching the tittle phase, the power of a foundation establishment martial technique could surpass the first level of a martial arts of the inferior class of the human rank. How terrifying it was. At the level of diffusing light and sweeping shadow, the power of the sword light did not increase much from the beginner phase to the advanced phase. The main difference was the number of sword lights. The 8 styles of the true sword was originally a very mysterious and powerful foundation establishment sword technique. After reaching the tittle phase, the power of each sword move was completely beyond the level of a foundation establishment sword technique. It was comparable to the first level of a sword technique of the inferior class of the human rank. Especially the last explosive sword move, its power was even more terrifying. I wonder how it compares to diffusing light and shadowless. Up to now, Chunzong had not reached the beginner phase of diffusing light and shadowless. But no matter what, the 8 styles of the true sword had reached the tittle phase. His understanding and mastery of the sword had improved. His strength had also increased a little, and his ability to fight for a long time had also greatly improved. The 8 styles of the true sword did not require a large amount of qi and blood to be used as a sword technique of the human rank. This was a very rare advantage. Now that the 8 styles of the true sword have reached the tittle phase, what is the change of the mysterious sword point? Shenzong thought to himself. He shifted his attention to the mysterious sword point in the space between his eyebrows. It was mysterious, ancient, profound, and vast. Every time he saw it, he would be amazed. Perhaps it had sensed Shenzong's thoughts or something else. The mysterious sword point trembled slightly. The buzzing sound was like the sound of an ancient god, cleansing his soul and body. It was very comfortable. A silver dragon flew up, riding the 9 heavens and roaming the 4 seas. It suddenly rushed toward Shenzong's mind. Shenzong's body was as still as a statue. His eyes were open, and there was a silver light flickering in them. It seemed to contain endless mysteries. As time went by, the silver light gradually faded away until it completely disappeared. It's a cultivation method of qi in blood. Exhaling, Shenzong was a little surprised. At first, he thought that he might gain something by cultivating the 8 styles of the true sword to the tittle phase, but he was not sure. It was just a feeling. If his guess was correct, then it might be a sword technique of a higher rank than the 8 styles of the true sword. The situation surprised Shenzong. There was indeed a change, but it was different from what he had guessed. It was not a sword technique, but a cultivation method of qi and blood. The true sword skill. This name does sound extraordinary. Carefully reading the information in his mind, Shenzong became more and more surprised. In the end, his face was full of shock. The true sword skill. What rank is this cultivation method? I heard that there are cultivation methods of a higher rank than the human rank. Is the true sword skill above the human rank? It's just that cultivation methods above the human rank are not suitable for qi and blood realm martial artists. According to Shenzong's understanding, human rank cultivation methods in martial arts were divided into 4 ranks: low, middle, high, and supreme. There were 2 stages for a low-grade mortal realm cultivation technique, 3 stages for a mid-grade mortal realm cultivation technique, 4 stages for a high-grade mortal realm cultivation technique, and 5 stages for a supreme-grade mortal realm cultivation technique. However, the true sword skill had 6 stages. Taking a few deep breaths, Shenzong calmed himself down. No matter what, it was a great thing to be able to obtain a cultivation method that seemed to be better than the supreme rank cultivation methods of the human rank. After all, the higher the rank of the cultivation method, the faster the cultivation method, and the faster the recovery of energy after the consumption. The cultivation of the true sword skill is about qi and blood like a sword, which can enhance the swordsmanship to a certain extent. Mastering the first rank will increase the power of the swordsmanship by 10%. Mastering the second rank will increase the power of the swordsmanship by 20%. If I can reach the 4th level, I can increase the sword technique's power by an additional 50%. Moreover, I can cultivate a strand of heavenly end true sword power. Once activated, I can increase the sword technique's power by another 50% within a breath. If mastering the 5th rank, the true sword force of the sky extinction will increase by 100%. If mastering the 6th rank, the true sword force of the sky extinction will be able to leave the sword and kill with amazing power. Shenzong's heart was burning with passion. His heartbeat was several times faster than usual, and it sounded like the beating of a drum. There is a huge gap between the middle and upper mortal level cultivation methods. For example, the fierce tiger skill of the Chun family and the earth dragon skill of the Tang family. One was rank 3, while the other was rank 4. However, when the earth dragon skill was cultivated to rank 4, one could cultivate the power of the earth dragon in the body. Once activated, it could further enhance the strength of one's arms in a short period of time. The fierce tiger skill rank 3 was the limit, but it was not enough. There were only 3 upper mortal level cultivation methods in the Wind Martial City. They were the legacy cultivation methods of the 3 great clans. As for the 5 great clans, they only had middle mortal level cultivation methods. As for the other small clans, They only had incomplete middle mortal level cultivation methods at most. All right, from today onwards, I will cultivate the true sword skill. If I can master the first rank, my strength will definitely increase a little. Taking a deep breath and calming down, Chunzong carefully comprehended the first rank of the true sword skill. The first rank of the lower mortal level cultivation method could increase the cultivation and recovery speed by 50%. The first rank of the middle mortal level cultivation method could increase it by 100%. The first rank of the upper mortal level cultivation method could increase it by 100%, and the first rank of the highest mortal level cultivation method could increase it by 20%. Chapter 46. Try to reduce the scope of your patrol from now on. Deacon Chun Xiaojia said solemnly as the 10 disciples of the clan hall gathered at the house in the center of the mine. Also, it's best to patrol in pairs so that we can take care of each other. The situation had been a little unexpected recently. The number of demonic beasts in the vicinity was several times more than usual, and the danger level had greatly increased. Originally, the Chun family's iron guards were patrolling in groups, but now, each group was divided into 2 small groups, making a total of 6 small groups. The 3 small groups were responsible for patrolling in 3 different directions, taking turns to take turns. Each small group of Chun family iron guards was led by a Qi and Blood Realm level 9 martial artist. They were very strong and could cover a wider area. Once there was a call for help, they could respond better. After the meeting, Chun Zong and Chun Zhong returned. After a short rest, they were fully armed and left the small courtyard to patrol the surroundings. If they found 1 or 2 level 1 lower or level 1 demonic beasts, they could directly take care of them. If they encountered many demonic beasts and could not handle them, they would use the distress signal flare. As long as they could hold on for a while, the Chun family iron guards would come to their rescue. After patrolling for a while, they did not encounter any demonic beasts. However, they found many traces of demonic beast activity. During this period of time, the 2 of them had hunted more than 30 demonic beasts in total. Their flesh and blood had been eaten by them, and their bones had been boiled into bone glue, which they slowly consumed. Their cultivation had obviously improved, and their muscles and bones had also become stronger because of this. The standard arm strength of 500 kilograms was the upper limit of a martial artist physique. Unless there was a special opportunity, it was impossible to break through. However, this did not mean that one's physique could not be strengthened. For example, wood, stone, and steel. With the same strength and the same speed, if one regularly consumed the flesh of demonic beasts, especially the bone glue made from the bones of demonic beasts, one could further strengthen one's muscles and bones. From wood to stone, from stone to steel. The stronger one's muscles and bones were, the sturdier one's body would be, and the stronger one's defense and endurance would be. Compared to when he first came to the mine, Chun Zong could feel that his muscles and bones were at least 30% stronger. However, gradually, the bone glue made from the bones of level 1 lower or level 1 demonic beast became weaker and weaker. After all, this method of boiling bone glue was the simplest and most primitive method with the lowest utilization rate. As for herbs of other grades, they did manage to find a few of them. However, they were at most grade 2 herbs, and there were only a few of them. Brother, there's a demonic beast. Chun Zong was more sensitive. Chun Zhong hurriedly followed Chun Zong's gaze. After a dozen breaths, 3 figures emerged from the bushes. They were 3 red-top wolves with strong bodies. They were gray in color, but there was a cluster of red between their eyebrows. They were demonic beasts of Class 1, lower grade. The 3 red-top wolves locked their cold eyes on Chun Zong and Chun Zhong. They dashed toward them in a straight line, their murderous aura filling the air. "You're courting death." Chun Zhong roared and threw a punch at the red-top wolf. It was as if a tiger's roar resounded. Chun Zhong's fist condensed into the image of a ferocious tiger's head, and it fiercely smashed out like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Shockingly, it was the first layer of the astral tiger fist technique the initial stage. The fist instantly collided with the sharp claws of a red-top wolf. The terrifying power was unstoppable, directly shattering the red-top wolf's sharp claws and striking its chest. With a bang, the red-top wolf was sent flying, spitting out blood from its sharp mouth. The other two red-top wolves fearlessly pounced on Chunzhong. However, they only saw a dazzling sword light in the air. Before they could even let out a cry, the two red-top wolves fell directly to the ground. Their necks were almost cut off, leaving only a layer of skin attached to their necks. This was deliberately done by Chunzhong. In this way, he could kill the red-top wolves in an instant without causing blood to splatter everywhere. "Brother, your sword seems to be faster." Chunzhong was very surprised. Chunzhong only smiled. Indeed, his sword was faster, and his movements were smoother. This was the result of him spending 5 days to replace the Fierce Tiger skill with the True Sword Sky Supreme skill. The True Sword Sky Supreme skill was a cultivation technique suitable for people who practice the sword. From the beginning, Chunzhong's mastery of the sword would increase in minute details. As his cultivation level deepened, this mastery would gradually increase. "Let's bring these 3 red-top wolves' corpses back first," Chunzhong said. He grabbed the hind legs of a red-top wolf with one hand and walked towards the small courtyard of the stronghold. Chunzhong held his sword in one hand and grabbed the third red-top wolf with the other. They had harvested 3 red-top wolves in one go. The 2 of them could not finish eating, so they brought 2 of them to the center of the mine and handed them over to their family members. They received an additional 40 contribution points as a reward. Both of them received 20 points each. It was better than nothing. At night, dark clouds covered the sky. Even the bright moon was obscured. Mount Fulong was plunged into darkness. The only source of light in the vicinity was the lights of the houses in the mine. The night was dark and the mountain wind was icy cold. The sound of the wind was like the weeping of ghosts, chilling one's heart. Although their line of sight was severely obstructed, the Chun family's iron guards did not give up on patrolling. They merely narrowed the area they were patrolling. The 3 small teams crossed each other. Without a sound, a black shadow emerged from the thick grass. It landed like the wind. Its footsteps were light and quick. Like a lynx, it silently and quickly approached the houses in the mine. The black shadow seemed to have observed for a long time. It grasped the timing and rhythm of the iron guards patrolling. After avoiding the iron guards, it quickly arrived at the houses. However, it did not alarm anyone. After circling around, it retreated back the way it came. "Who is it?" A thunderous roar startled everyone. The sound of wind breaking rang out. The Chin family's iron guards had all appeared. Under the illumination of the light, the black shadow that had not completely retreated had nowhere to hide. "Who are you? Why have you come to my Chan family's mine? What's your purpose?" As they asked, the iron guards cooperated and formed an orderly encirclement. The laughter was like that of an owl. It was very creepy. The black shadow's figure flashed, and its speed increased. With the sound of wind breaking, it quickly rushed to the side. "Stay here," one of the iron guards shouted sternly. His long saber was unsheathed. With a cold saber light, it tore through the night and slashed mercilessly. For people like this who dared to sneak into this place, no matter who they were all enemies. They would all be killed. However, the figure of the black shadow twisted strangely, as flexible as a snake. It almost brushed past the long saber. However, the long saber paused and turned, slashing horizontally, wanting to cut the black shadow in half. The other iron guards attacked one after another, either brandishing their sabers, punching, or kicking. Everything they did was to attack. The black shadow twisted its body strangely. Not only did it avoid the slash of the long saber, it waved its hands continuously. A strange hissing sound rang out. It was like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole. It collided and borrowed the force to rush to the gap. "Since you're here, don't leave." An elder had been watching. When he saw the black shadow's slippery figure rushing out of the encirclement of the iron guards and trying to escape, he snorted coldly. His body suddenly leaped up like an eagle circling in the sky, staring at its prey, and then swooping down in an instant. Every elder of the Chun family was a powerful martial artist who had surpassed the blood chi realm. They were extremely fast. Even if the Black Shadow used all its strength, it would still be difficult for it to escape. A gentle palm strike was launched, but it felt like a stormy sea. Everything around it was sealed, and there was no way to dodge. That palm strike hit the Black Shadow directly. The Black Shadow tried its best to twist its body. Its muscles and bones trembled as it tried its best to resist the Elder's palm strike and dissipate the force. With a bang, the Black Shadow rushed forward like a ragged sack. The absolute difference in strength made the Black Shadow unable to resist at all. In an instant, it flew more than 10 meters away. The Elder took a step forward and closed in. Suddenly, the Black Shadow that landed on the ground bounced up. Not only was it not killed, but it also wanted to escape. As it escaped, it waved its right hand behind it. A green powder glowed strangely in the night. Poison powder! The Elder's expression changed. He hurriedly waved his hand, and the wind from his palm swept away the poison powder. However, there was still a trace of it that floated over. The Elder smelled it slightly, and his expression changed again. He felt that the poison powder was extremely toxic. Even with his cultivation level, it was difficult for him to withstand it. That slight pause allowed the Black Shadow to take the opportunity to quickly escape. It circled around the poison powder area and gave chase. However, it did not catch up in the end. After the Black Shadow escaped into the grass, it seemed to have disappeared into thin air. "Check the surroundings," the Elder ordered. They did not know where the Black Shadow came from. It snuck in, circled around, and then tried to sneak away. If it were not for the Elder's high cultivation level and vigilance, he would not have been able to discover any clues. The steel guards quickly checked the surroundings, but they did not find anything. Even they could not figure out what the Black Shadow's goal was. This person is only in the blood chi realm, but he was able to withstand my palm strike. The Elder frowned. He felt that it was very strange. There was also a sense of uneasiness in his heart. It was as if something bad was about to happen. However, he did not know what it was. After all, they did not know what the Black Shadow's goal was. After carefully inspecting the surroundings, he didn't find anything that had been damaged or anything like that. "Increase the security," the Elder ordered. "Yes," the steel guards replied in unison. "Go and check on the 10 Clan Hall disciples. Tell them to come here," the Elder ordered again. Immediately, the steel guards took action. They went in 5 different directions to inform the Clan Hall disciples. The Black Shadow tonight was very strange. It was hard to say whether something bad would happen. However, it was safer to have the 10 Clan Hall disciples come here. "Xiaojia, when the sun rises, take the 10 Clan Hall disciples and leave this place. Return to the city," the elders said to Chun Xiaojia. "Okay." Chun Xiaojia also realized that the situation was not good. The Clan Hall disciples were the future strength of the clan. It was best not to lose a single one of them. It was late at night. The night was dark and the wind was strong. It was not a good time to leave. After all, although the mine was not deep in Mount Fulong, it was not outside of Mount Fulong either. Recently, there had been frequent demon beasts appearing, and it was easy to be attacked. And at night, the monstrous beast's ability to move was often above that of martial artists. This was even more disadvantageous to martial artists. "Let's hope nothing happens tonight," Chun Xiaojia thought to himself. He could not help but feel a little worried. Not long after, the 10 Clan Hall disciples were all woken up. They were fully armed and followed the steel guards out of the stronghold. They gathered at the central camp. They were still confused. Chapter 47. Late at night. There was no moon or stars. The sky was dark, and it was hard to see one's fingers. Many torches were lit around the campsite, and the flames swayed in the wind, making a rustling sound. The bright red light shone, and the shadows were intertwined. It was a little strange. "Be alert tonight. Leave here at dawn and return to the clan hall," Chun Xiaojia said to everyone, "Deacon, did something happen?" Someone asked. "I'm not sure." Chun Xiaojia shook his head. "In short, if anything happens, you must work together and protect yourselves." After giving some instructions, he told everyone to stay in the campsite while he patrolled the area. After all, he was at the 9th level of the Bloodchi realm, and he was very powerful. Time passed slowly. The wind blew, and rustling sounds could be heard. Oh, the sound was long, and it was the sound of a wolf-shaped beast. It was heard every night, so it was not surprising. However, after that voice was heard, howls could be heard one after another. The howls rose and fell continuously, as if a pack of wolves were roaming at night. Roar, a violent roar, like the sound of a fierce tiger, came from another direction. The howls came one after another, and everyone's face changed. Strange, very strange. A dangerous aura quietly spread. The campsite's fire was like a lighthouse in the night. Perhaps there were other directions. From all directions, there were figures moving quickly, and a strong fishy smell mixed with a violent chill approached. Attention! There are demonic beasts approaching. It's a pack of demonic beasts. As soon as the voice sounded, everyone's face changed. It was normal for demonic beasts to approach, and they might encounter them every night. However, it was different for a pack of demonic beasts. One had to know that the demonic beasts around the mine had been cleared by the Iron Guards time and time again. There were not many left, and there were only 2 or 3 scattered around. It was impossible to find a pack of 4 or more. Now, there were many demonic beasts approaching at the same time. Not good, the elder thought, and his face changed dramatically. He suddenly remembered that the black shadow sneaked into the campsite and circled around without causing any damage. It must have left something that could attract demonic beasts, such as the beast-attracting powder that he had heard of before. The smell of this kind of beast-attracting powder could only be clearly smelled by monstrous beasts. As for human martial artists, unless they were exceptionally gifted, they wouldn't be able to smell anything. Moreover, this kind of powder was gray. Once it was sprinkled on the ground, it would be impossible to see it at night. However, beast-attracting powder was said to be very difficult to make, so even the elders were not sure. All steel guards, heed my orders. Return to the defensive line immediately. Without any hesitation, the elder immediately issued an order. The 30 Iron Guards immediately returned and guarded the camp from all directions. The elder himself and Deacon Shin Xiaojia also stood around the campsite and looked around. With the help of the firelight, they could vaguely see figures approaching. Chun Zong and the other 10 people were standing in the camp. "Let's go help," Chun Kaiwa said. He lifted his sword and walked away. Step back, step back. The 10 of you, don't come over." The Iron Guards saw this and immediately stopped them. This was a pack of monstrous beasts, not just 2 or 3 monstrous beasts. The danger level was completely different. Even the lowest level monstrous beasts would be extremely terrifying when in a pack. At the end of the day, these 10 Clan Hall disciples were only at Bloodchi Realm level 5. Perhaps they had personally killed some monstrous beasts during this period of time, but to the Iron Guards, they were still very inexperienced. Against a pack of monstrous beasts, only death awaited. The Clan Hall disciples were the future strength of the clan. Appropriate training could allow them to grow, but they couldn't go overboard. After being ordered to step back, the group did not continue forward. Instead, they stared ahead. A pack of wolves appeared. Red-top wolves. Amidst the exclamations, at least 30 red-top wolves were rapidly approaching. In a one-on-one battle, a Bloodchi Realm level 5 martial artist could easily kill a red-top wolf. He could even kill 2 or 3 red-top wolves. However, against 30 red-top wolves, even a Bloodchi Realm level 6 martial artist would be at a disadvantage. Although the red-top wolves were not directly targeting them, the tyrannical, murderous aura emitted by the 30 red-top wolves sent chills down their spines. On the other side, more than 10 Iron Claw wolves appeared. They were intermediate class 1 monstrous beasts. Another 3 Iron Back Green wolves appeared. They were upper class 1 monstrous beasts. Suddenly, a shocking roar, as if announcing the arrival of a monarch, caused everyone's ears to buzz. a huge figure leaped out from the bushes and came into view. It was a full 2 meters tall and was blood red in color. The stripes on its body seemed to emit a scarlet glow under the illumination of the fire, like fresh blood. With a body length of more than 4 meters, its thick and strong tail seemed to bring about gusts of wind as it swept about. Roar. It opened its ferocious mouth and let out a roar that was as loud as an avalanche, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Its huge and cold eyes were filled with dominance. It had a sense of superiority over life and death. When those with insufficient cultivation faced it, they would feel weak all over. Their blood chi seemed to have solidified, and their entire body went numb. Fierce blood tiger. Even the fierce blood tiger has appeared. "Leave the fierce blood tiger to me," the elder immediately said. The fierce blood tiger was red in color, and the stripes on its body were even more scarlet. It was an upper-class 2 monstrous beast, and it belonged to the top class of upper-class 2 monstrous beasts. Most of the Blood Chi realm level 9 martial artists were no match for it. Only elite martial artists could fight it, but 8 or 9 out of 10 of them would lose. Such a terrifying, monstrous beast, none of the Blood Chi realm level 9 martial artists present were a match for it. The elder's cultivation had surpassed the Blood Chi realm. Naturally, he was not afraid of the fierce blood tiger. However, just as he was about to attack the fierce blood tiger, another terrifying roar came from another direction. This roar was different from the fierce blood tiger's domineering roar. It had an incomparable berserk tone. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled and a huge black figure appeared. It was even bigger than the fierce blood tiger. When the huge black figure appeared, it stood upright like a human. Its height reached an astonishing 5 meters. Black scale bear. The elder's face was also very ugly. The black scale bear was also an upper-class 2 monstrous beast, but its strength was incomparably shocking. Its body was not covered in fur, but scales. It also had an amazing defense. It could be said that the black scale bear was more dangerous than the fierce blood tiger. Even if the elder attacked, he would not be able to kill it in a few moves. Hiss, 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 hiss. The strange sound that made one's scalp tingle and body turn cold came from another direction. They saw a huge python with the thickness of an adult's waist slithering over. Under the light of the fire, they could vaguely see that the huge python had black and red stripes intertwined with a faint luster. As its body slithered, there was a rustling sound. Such a huge python, dark-scale python. After recognizing the huge python, everyone's face turned even uglier. It was another terrifying, monstrous beast that was not inferior to the fierce blood tiger. In addition, there were more ordinary lower-class 2 monstrous beasts, middle-class 2 monstrous beasts, and upper-class 2 monstrous beasts approaching. It's dangerous. Everyone, including the elder, had a grave expression. If it was a group of lower-class 1 monstrous beasts, the elder, an expert, and 31 elite martial artists who were at least at the 7th level of the Chi and Blood realm could kill them without much effort. However, once a lower-class 2 monstrous beast appeared, and there was more than one of them, the situation began to become very troublesome. "Elder, please let us participate in the battle," Chun Zong pleaded. "Perhaps we are not strong enough, but we are also martial artists. We are the disciples of the Chun family, and we have the spirit of a tiger. Elder, please let us participate in the battle." Even Chen Weishio, who was hated by Chun Zong and Chen Zhong, said earnestly. At this moment, they forgot everything else and only had the ferocious tiger in their hearts. "In that case, the 10 of you will go there. Remember, protect yourselves. There's only hope if you survive." The elder looked at the 10 of them deeply and pointed to the side. That was the direction where the group of lower-class 1 monstrous beasts, the red top wolves, were attacking. "Chun Zong, give me your sword. It is more useful in my hands," Chun Kaiwe said to Chun Zong. "Chun Kaiwe, your swordsmanship may not be as good as Brother Chun Zong's," Chun Zhong said. "Is that so? Chun Zong, do you dare to compete with me? Let's see who can kill more and stronger monstrous beasts. If you lose, Give me your sword. Chen Kaiwa looked coldly at Chen Zhong, directly provoking Chen Zhong. If you lose, what can you give me? Chen Zhong asked back. If I lose, I will owe you a favor. Chen Kaiwa always used his own favor to talk about things. Chen Kaiwa, you think too highly of your favor. Chen Zhong could not help but laugh. The others also looked at Chen Kaiwa. Favors were hard to measure, but no one thought that a favor from Chen Kaiwa could compare to Chen Zhong's precious iron sword. Chen Kaiwa was a little angry. Chen Zhong, do you dare to bet with me? I don't want to. Chen Zhong replied directly. It was not that he did not dare, but that he did not want to. What was the use of betting? At this moment, more than 30 red top wolves sped up and pounced on the group. Tiger out of the cage. Water-breaking flow. Diffraction shadow. Everyone displayed their lower-class human-level martial arts, and almost all of them reached the small success stage. Chen Kaiua's diffraction shadow was 8 beams of sword light. Although they were not very clear, it proved that his diffraction swordsmanship had reached the profound success stage. It was no wonder that he was so confident. Compared to ordinary martial artists of the same level, he was indeed better. Chen Zhong did not display his diffraction swordsmanship because the 8 style of the real sword at the minute subtlety stage was no less powerful than the diffraction shadow. Moreover, it did not require the activation of the qi and blood power, so it was faster. From the corner of everyone's eyes, they caught a glimpse of a bright and dazzling sword light. It was like a shooting star that streaked across the night sky, piercing through the air in an instant. Then they caught a glimpse of blood droplets flying. Under the illumination of the fire, the blood droplets reflected a strange bright red. One sword after another. Each sword was swift and deadly. In the blink of an eye, 3 red top wolves had died under Chen Zhong's sword. His body flashed, and his footsteps were like the wind. He nimbly avoided the red top wolves' sharp claws and bites. His sword rose and fell. The sword light was dazzling, and the red top wolves were killed again. Chapter 48. Many thanks to Turbid Liquor Soul for his intentions against you tips and monthly votes. Even Chen Zhong would not be able to gain an advantage from the encirclement of over 30 red top wolves. However, with less than 10 people, the red top wolves were split up and the pressure on each person was greatly reduced. Coupled with the difference in strength, the 30 red top wolves were quickly killed. Among them, Chen Zhong alone had killed 11 red top wolves, the most amongst the 10. Chen Kaiwa had killed 5, ranking second. Chen Kaiwa, now you know the difference between you and Chen Zhong, Chen Zhong said with a smile. This is just the beginning. Chen Kaiua's face was cold. Chen Zhong ignored him and swung his sword. Drops of blood flew out, and he said in a low voice, "Let's go." Immediately, 1 man and 1 sword took the lead and rushed to the left, where there was a mid-grade LV1 Iron Claw Wolf. "Kill!" Chen Zhong shouted and immediately rushed out to follow Chen Zhong. "Who's coming with me?" Chen Kaiwei rushed to the right, where there was also a mid-grade LV1 Demonic Beast. Immediately, the team of 10 people was separated. Chen Zhong had 4 people, all of whom were disciples of the Earth Court, while Chen Kaiwei had 6 people, all of whom were disciples of the Heaven Court. Ignoring it, Lin Fan's precious iron sword emitted an incomparably sharp and dazzling light. The sword pierced through the air, causing the eyes of the iron-clawed wolf to turn white. The only thing that could be seen was the flickering light of the sword. Since Chen Zhong had cultivated the true sword 8 forms to the hyperfocus realm and replaced the fierce tiger skill with the true sword heavenly skill, his strength had increased. He was confident that even if he encountered an iron claw wolf again, he could completely contend against it, let alone a mid-grade LV1 Iron Claw Wolf. Not only was the might of the 8th style of the true sword at the refinement realm much stronger, but every strike would also release a dazzling sword light, bringing about an astonishing momentum and terrifying sharpness. The Iron Claw Wolf had no time to dodge and was immediately pierced through its throat. Chen Zhong's silhouette flashed like a gust of wind as he unleashed the chopping sword stance towards the second iron-clawed wolf. Compared to Chunzong and the other two could not instantly kill the Iron Claw wolves. With their strength, it was quite difficult for them to kill one Iron Claw wolf each. There were more than a dozen Iron Claw wolves. Chunzong and the other two each took one. Chunzong was like a tiger in a pack of wolves. Under the true sword sky's supreme skill, a shocking sharpness spread out, causing chills to run down his spine. Rushing sword style, rapid style, exploding style. His movements were extremely nimble, dodging the sharp claws of the Iron Claw wolf by a hair's breadth. Furthermore, he would attack with his sword at an unbelievable angle. Every attack would not miss, and he would kill the Iron Claw wolf. The True Sword 8 styles at the Minute Subtlety realm was equivalent to turning the True Sword 8 styles from someone else's sword technique into Chunzong's own sword technique. It was more compatible with his body, and it was easier to execute. Chunzong's strength increased by at least 30%. Coupled with the True Sword Heavenly Supreme skill, his control of the sword was better. Chunzong and the other two only saw 3 incomparably dazzling sword lights flash in front of their eyes, instantly blinding them. After 3 breaths of time, they returned to normal. Their opponents, the 3 iron-clawed wolves, were already lying in a pool of blood. A total of 15 iron-claw wolves were all killed by Chunzong. On the other hand, Chunzong was not injured, but there were a few tears in his martial attire. The refinement realm is not pure enough, Chunzong said to himself as he looked down. After all, he had just broken through not too long ago and was not as profound as the residual shadow sword art. If he had a little more time and completely mastered the tittle realm of the True Sword 8 movements, Chunzong was confident that he would be able to kill all of the Iron Claw wolves by himself without getting injured, nor would his clothes be damaged. What terrifying strength! Chunzong and the other two were shocked. They were all at Qi and Blood Realm level 5, but Chunzong's strength far exceeded theirs. Compared to those at the Qi and Blood Realm level 6, this kind of strength was not inferior at all. The 3 of them felt ashamed, but also proud because Chunzong was an Earth Institution disciple. Chunzong was especially proud because Chunzong was from Little Lake Town. On the other side, the Elder personally dealt with a black scale bear. Among the monsters, the black scale bear's strength was the strongest. His body was extremely fast as he circled around the black scale bear and continuously struck out with his palms. The black scale bear's body was incomparably huge and strong, and its black scale armor made its defense even more astonishing. Even a treasured iron sword would find it difficult to break through, but its speed was not fast enough. As it waved its 2 huge palms, it brought about a terrifying whistling sound, as if it was going to stir up a storm one after another. The strength of each palm was at least 10,000 pounds. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Even though the Elder's cultivation was above the Qi and Blood Realm, he did not dare to take it head-on. If he was hit head-on, even if he did not die, he would be injured and vomit blood. The Elder's palms continuously struck the black scale bear's body. The terrifying force caused the scales to shatter and seep into the bear's body, causing further damage. The intense pain caused the black scale bear to go crazy. Its palms became even more violent. However, in the face of absolute strength, the black scale bear's defeat was only a matter of time. On the other side, Deacon Shin Shaojie restrained the fierce blood tiger, while Captain Tai San and another Qi in Blood Realm level 9 steel guard restrained the dark scale python. As the monsters were killed, blood splattered everywhere. The smell of blood became very strong. As the mountain wind blew, it attracted even more monsters. The steel guards were very strong, but they were not invincible. They had to face class 2 monsters that outnumbered them by several times and were beginning to get injured. Following that, the first steel guard was torn apart by the monster's sharp claws. Blood and internal organs were scattered all over the ground. This was a battle of life and death. There was no luck. Die! The Elder was furious. He leaped up and struck out with his palm. In the center of his palm, there seemed to be traces of light green flickering. It contained an extremely terrifying power. This palm seemed to be able to shatter the air as it fiercely bombarded a broken scale of the black scale bear. The broken scale immediately caved in. The palm seemed to have penetrated deep into it. The terrifying impact directly created a bloody hole. One palm followed by another. After 3 palms, the tyrannical black scale bear finally fell to one side. His body leaped up like an eagle and rushed towards the fierce blood tiger. At this moment, a series of dull thumping sounds could be heard. The ground was shaking, and countless sand and stones were rolling, making it difficult for people to stand still. Many of the demonic beasts seemed to have felt something terrifying approaching, and their bodies began to tremble. A terrifying, violent aura filled the air, making people feel very uneasy. Everyone's heart was suppressed, as if there was an invisible mountain pressing down on them, making it difficult to breathe. The dull thud sounds became more intense and urgent. The ground shook more and more violently. Under the light of the fire, a huge black shadow directly broke a big tree and rushed over, crushing the grass. Its height was at least 3 meters. Excluding its tail, its body length was at least 5 meters. Its entire body was black, as if it was wearing heavy armor. Its 4 limbs were incomparably strong, like huge pillars supporting the ground. The 2 curved horns on its head were like giant knives. Its eyes were scarlet, cruel, and bloodthirsty. This was a bull. Heavy armored bull. The elder trembled as if he was struck by lightning. He cried out involuntarily. Why would a heavy armored bull appear here? No one could answer the elder's question. Heavy armored bull. Grade 3 monster. Grade 3 monster. The same level as martial artists above the chi and blood realm. A long cry shook the earth. The heavy armored bull did not stop at all and directly charged towards the center of the camp. Even the elder did not dare to block it. Wherever it passed, the houses were instantly destroyed. The people and monsters who could not dodge in time were also smashed under the violent charge of the heavy armored bull. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Go, go, go. Quickly leave this place. The elder roared. At this moment, they could no longer defend the camp. They could only leave. Whether they could escape or not depended on their own ability and luck. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The steel guards immediately approached each other, wanting to gather together. However, the other monsters pounced on them again. They could only be separated and fight on their own. The miners who were not martial artists were even more miserable under such circumstances. They were all killed by the collisions. Save me, I don't want to die. Howls rose and fell one after another. It was incomparably mournful. Let's go. Shenzong killed a mid-grade grade 1 monster with a slash of his sword. He took the lead and rushed out of Mount Fulong. Shenzong and the other 2 followed closely behind. However, a few figures flashed in front of them. It was 3 steelback green wolves blocking their way. Kill. Explosive sword style. The precious iron sword pierced through the air like a giant cannon. It was extremely powerful and collided with the sharp claws of one of the steelback green wolves. The steelback green wolf was directly pushed back. Its sharp claws were shattered, but Shenzong was also pushed back a few steps. More and more monsters rushed over from all directions. Shenzong waved his sword to open up a bloody path. He could not tell which direction he was going to go. In short, he was looking for the direction where the monsters were the least and the weakest. Gradually, the figures of Shenzong and the other 2 disappeared. They were surrounded by monsters. Shenzong did not know that he was constantly moving deeper into Mount Fulong. Dying. With a slash of his sword, the sword radiance seemed to split the night sky. A mid-grade grade 1 monster was beheaded. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Before he could catch his breath, another monster rushed over from the other side. It was extremely fierce and fearless. Wind-stepping steps. Shenzong's figure was like the wind as he swiftly flashed past, causing the demonic beast to miss. Just as the demonic beast was about to counterattack, a horrifying coldness assaulted its body. Without the slightest hesitation, Shenzong slashed backwards with his sword. The poisonous snake shot down from the tree like an arrow, but it was split into two by the precious iron sword. Gasping for breath, Chunzong kept running forward and waving his sword. The sword radiance was dazzling. He did not know how far he had run, how many times he had waved his sword, and how many monsters he had killed. He only felt that his body was weak. When his right hand was tired, he would switch to his left hand. When his left hand was tired, he would switch to his right hand. Both his hands felt numb, as if they had lost all feeling. Tired, very tired, very tired. However, Chunzong did not dare to stop. He did not know if more monsters would chase after him, tear him into pieces, and eat him if he stopped. A ray of sunlight rose from the east and shone on the forest. Chunzong could not run anymore. He leaned against a big rock and panted. His qi and blood were all used up. His physical strength was also exhausted. He did not want to move anymore. Chapter 49. This is the first time I've suffered so many injuries. After consuming the last energy pill to recover his strength, Chunzong could not help but smile bitterly. There were wounds on his back, chest, arms, and thighs. They were either claw marks or teeth marks. Some were light, some were heavy, but the bleeding had already stopped. A layer of blood had also formed on the wounds. But it's already a great fortune to be able to survive from last night's situation. I wonder how Brother Chunzong and the others are doing? The appearance of the level 3 heavy armored bull had directly crushed everyone's defense. It had destroyed everything in the camp and was invincible. Coupled with the arrival of even more beasts, the group could not gather and could only fight individually. In the end, they were forced to disperse. As the sun rose, the golden light dispersed the lingering chill of the night. Chunzong felt a trace of warmth. Perhaps it was because of the attack of the beasts last night, but now it was quiet. The scenery had a unique beauty. Chunzong did not dare to let his guard down. If he guessed correctly, this place should be deeper into the Mount Fulong than the mine. The deeper he went, the more dangerous it would be. I'll recover my strength before leaving this place, Chunzong thought to himself. He was not like Tang Junluo, Li Zhenshi, Zhao Wangcheng, and the others. When they went out to train, they would definitely be accompanied by experts above the Qi and Blood realm. If he was unlucky and encountered a level 2 beast, it would be enough to put him in a life and death situation, not to mention a level 3 beast. Paying attention to his surroundings, he activated the true Sword Heaven Supreme skill. The qi and blood that he had used up were quickly recovering at a speed that he could clearly feel. Half an hour later, his qi and blood had completely recovered. His physical strength was also fully recovered. The only thing was that there were many wounds. As his body moved, it would cause waves of discomfort and pain. With a light leap, he jumped onto a large rock and looked into the distance. All he could see was the forest and vegetation. For someone who had entered the Mount Fulong for the first time, it was difficult to determine the direction. It was easy to get lost. Which direction is the Martial Wind City? Chunzong looked at the rising sun. The direction of the rising sun was fixed. Based on this, he might be able to find the way back to the Martial Wind City. But as he looked, Chunzong was a little confused. After all, he lacked experience in surviving in the wild. It should be in this direction. Chunzong sounded uncertain, but he didn't have a better choice. Jumping off the rock, he strode towards the direction he had chosen. The vegetation was exuberant, so he had to use his sword to open a path, but he also had to be vigilant at all times. When they were tired, they would find a place with a relatively wide view to rest for a while. Once they had rested, they would continue moving forward. This is Puluo grass. Sweeping his gaze across the area, Zhang Xian noticed a stalk of reddish-brown grass beneath a large tree. It looked extremely resilient. It seems to be around 30 to 40 years old. It was an unexpected surprise. Chunzong dug up the Puluo grass and carried it with him. As the sun rose, it became scorching hot in the sky. Chunzong also had a few herbs hanging on his shoulder, all of which were more than 10 years old. When he was hungry, he plucked some wild fruits. After identifying them as non-toxic, He cooked them to appease his hunger. They were sour and astringent, but in order to maintain his strength, he had to eat them. It was unknown when, but dark clouds had gathered from all directions, blocking the sunlight and darkening the world. As he walked, Chunzong noticed that there was a cave in front of him that was covered by vines. Is this the cave of demonic beasts? Looking around carefully, he didn't find any traces of demonic beasts. Shaking his head, Chunzong didn't enter the cave in the end. There could be danger anywhere in the mountain. Who knew if there would be any danger that he couldn't deal with in the cave? He bypassed the cave and continued moving forward. Rumble. A dull sound seemed to be ringing in his ears, as if there was a giant beast hiding in the dark clouds, making an earth-shattering roar. The mountain wind suddenly became violent, blowing from all directions with a whooshing sound. Crack! In front of him, there seemed to be a dazzling light, and in his ears there came an astonishing sound directly. In the dark clouds, blazing white lightning shuttled back and forth, like electric snakes dancing. The dark clouds were low, the mountain wind was roaring, and the lightning was dense. Heaven and earth were dull. This was clearly the prelude to the coming of a mountain storm. Crack! A blazing white bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and struck a large tree a few hundred meters away. The 100-year-old tree was instantly shattered by that bolt of lightning, leaving only half of the tree stump charred black. A piece of charred fell heavily beside Chunzong's feet. Wisps of hot air filled the air, scorching and choking his nose. Truly terrifying power. Chunzong sucked in a breath of cold air, extremely shocked. The power of heaven and earth was many times stronger than a human's power. The power of that lightning couldn't be compared to that of a powerful martial artist who had surpassed the chi and blood realm. If my sword could be as fast and powerful as that lightning, who in the world could block it? Chunzong suddenly thought, but then he shook his head and smiled. He was thinking too much. There was a limit to a person's power. No matter how fast and powerful his sword was, how could it compare to the lightning of the power of heaven and earth? A peanut-sized raindrop fell on his face, and in the next breath, raindrops fell from the sky. In just a few seconds, the world was covered in gray. At a glance, countless raindrops fell in a line, and the sound of the raindrops was like a surging tide. I need to find a place to hide from the rain. His eyes quickly scanned the area, but he couldn't find a place to hide from the rain. With his chi and blood realm level 5 cultivation, his body was much stronger than ordinary people. He also had abundant chi and blood, so he could easily withstand the cold and heavy rain. However, it was different in the mountains. Moreover, his injuries hadn't healed yet. If he wasn't careful, he could fall sick. There's only that cave left. Now, he had to enter even if he didn't want to. He could only hope that there wasn't any danger inside. His footsteps were quick. He returned to the cave and quickly scanned the area. After confirming that there were no traces of monster activity, he went in. Wiping the rainwater off his face, Chunzong looked into the cave. The light was dim, so he couldn't see far. However, it was silent. Compared to the noise of the storm outside, it was like a different world. After waiting for a while, the storm showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it became more intense. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed in the sky. The sky and earth suddenly brightened and darkened. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to leave for a while. Should I go in deeper? Thinking to himself, Chunzong didn't hesitate. He focused and walked slowly into the cave. He activated the true Sword Heaven Supreme skill, channeling his chi and blood. His strength quietly gathered, ready to go. The cave wasn't deep. After walking for about 20 meters, he came to a relatively wide cave. It was about 5 to 6 meters high and had an irregular shape. It was about 50 to 60 square meters in size. What's that? Chunzong vaguely saw a stone slab in the corner of the cave. There was a black shadow on the stone slab. A person or a monster? Someone actually came here. TSK, a chi and blood realm level 5 martial artist. Just nice. His chi and blood can heal some of my injuries. A cold and strange voice sounded. It was a bit hoarse. When it reached his ears, Chunzong's scalp went numb. Without hesitation, he retreated. "Since you're here, don't even think about leaving." The black shadow suddenly twisted and got up from the stone slab. Like a python, it quickly slithered over, bringing with it a fishy wind. For a moment, Chunzong felt like he was facing a snake-type monster. Why would a person make him feel like he was facing a snake-type monster? It was very strange. Before Chunzong had time to think, the black shadow had already closed in on him. His hands swayed and shot out from his sleeves like poisonous snakes coming out of their holes. Like a snake's mouth, they made a hissing sound that made one's scalp go numb and neck go cold as they attacked Chunzong's throat and chest. There was no fluctuation of qi and blood. This was obviously a foundation establishment martial art, but it was practiced to perfection. It gave Chunzong a strong sense of danger and pressure. It was hard to breathe. He held his breath and stayed calm in the face of danger. His right hand quickly grabbed the sword hilt and pulled it out of the sheath. The sword light was so dazzling that it instantly lit up the dim cave. With an amazing momentum and extreme sharpness, it slashed toward the black shadow like a crescent moon tearing through the night sky. This sword was fast, accurate, and steady. It also had a kind of resolute and ruthless decisiveness. After many life-and-death battles with monsters, Chunzong unknowingly began to practice the ruthless word of the four-word sword technique formula. He had some preliminary results. This sword was beyond the Black Shadow's expectation. He never thought that a mere chi and blood realm martial artist could have such exquisite sword techniques. However, the Black Shadow had been through hundreds of battles and was very agile. He twisted his body like a snake and dodged the sword slash. As if he was sticking close to the sword light, his speed increased by another notch. His hands changed, like countless snakes shooting out, attacking various parts of Chunzong's body. Chaotic sword style. The precious iron sword danced like a butterfly among flowers. Its sharpness was unparalleled. It completely blocked the front. The Black Shadow had to withdraw his hands. He was severely injured and could not use his full strength. He did not dare to meet the sharp iron sword head-on. In a flash, he disappeared in front of Chunzong and reappeared beside him. One of his hands moved up and down as if to hit Chunzong's head or his ribs. It was hard to tell if it was real or fake. The other hand quietly gathered momentum and drew a strange arc, attacking Chunzong's back. If he was attacked from three sides. Wind step. His body was like the wind. In a flash, he disappeared under the Black Shadow's hands. Second step. Close in, sword out. The sword light condensed into a ray, extremely fast. Swift sword style. It pierced through the air and the darkness of the cave. With an amazing momentum and sharpness, it pierced toward the Black Shadow. This sword was too fast. The Black Shadow could not dodge in time. The black robe on his body was immediately torn apart, which bought him a chance. His palm was like a snake's mouth, lightly hitting the sword body. The huge force broke the sword body, and he took the opportunity to retreat. "Kid, I didn't expect your sword techniques to be so good. You must be a genius from some family." The Black Shadow's voice rang out again, this time with a sinister tone that revealed a thick, killing intent. "What I like the most is to torture geniuses like you. I'll drink all of your blood and qi to make my cultivation stronger." "Who the hell are you?" Chunzong frowned. This person's voice and tone gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. He could not even tell whether the Black Shadow in front of him was a human or a monster. After all, he had never heard of a martial artist who would drink human blood to improve his cultivation. That method was too evil. Chapter 50. A monster has appeared. Are you afraid? A chilly wind blew. The black figure was shrouded in dark clouds. His hands were hidden in his sleeves like a poisonous snake. The snake's shadows moved freely, making it difficult to distinguish between real and fake. The hissing sound was continuous, as if snakes were slithering on one's neck. Chills ran down one's spine. Chunzong felt as if he could see a pitch-black python slithering towards him. He felt an intense sense of danger. Residual shadow. He slashed with his sword. The sword light was dazzling, but it dimmed in an instant. It turned into a shadow that covered the black figure. The change between light and dark affected the black figure's eyes, making it difficult to see clearly. Splitting light and sweeping shadow. 8 sword lights lined up in a row and slashed out, directly enveloping the black figure. However, the black figure's body twisted in a strange way. The power in his hands exploded. After shattering 2 sword lights in a strange way, he passed through them. He closed his hands and opened them like a snake's mouth. He attacked Qinzong's chest with a shocking sound of wind breaking. Horizontal sword. Wrist shake. The sword trembled and shone brightly. The sword and the hands collided. After a moment of stagnation, the black figure attacked again. It seemed that he was going to exchange injury for injury, life for life. However, the black figure retreated in an instant. He circled around and attacked again from the side. The so-called ruthlessness is not only decisive and resolute, showing no mercy to the enemy, but also ruthless to oneself. A kind of enlightenment flashed through his mind. Qinzong suddenly realized that his grasp of the forward formula of the sword art had improved. This was especially so for the ruthless formula, which combined speed, accuracy, and stability. It gave him a feeling of understanding the essence of the sword art. Sword, sword, sword. Qinzong focused on attacking. Every time the black figure attacked, he did not use the power of qi and blood. The number of times he used the power of qi and blood was very few, and the power was not very strong. It meant that the black figure was seriously injured. Under his sword, the black figure either dodged or attacked from the side. He did not dare to meet the attack head-on. It meant that the black figure was very wary of the sharpness of his sword. Since that was the case, he could be more powerful and fearless. He could use his advantage to the fullest. Residual shadow, whisking willow, eagle shot, 8 moves of the real sword. The 4 foundation establishment sword techniques that had reached the imperceptible realm were used alternately. The transition between the moves became more and more perfect. The black figure's cultivation was very high. If he was not seriously injured, Qinzong would not be his opponent at all. It was also because of his severe injuries that he could only use a little of his strength. He could not even unleash the power of his qi and blood, so he could not use any graded martial arts. He could only use a foundation establishment stage martial arts that had reached the minute subtlety to fight his enemy. However, his application of foundation establishment stage martial arts had reached an astonishing level, and he had rich experience in life and death battles. These were all his advantages. At this moment, Qinzong was using his opponent's combat experience and exquisite application of martial arts to temper himself, increase his own combat experience, sharpen his combat skills, and strengthen his control of the sword. A strong enemy was undoubtedly the best whetstone, and also an excellent combat instructor. They could stimulate one's potential in the midst of life and death, and then improve one's strength in all aspects. Furthermore, they would firmly remember it. As time went by, the black figure sensed that the black figure's combat skills were improving. The black figure was shocked by the black figure's excellent swordsmanship and the fact that he had cultivated several foundation establishment sword techniques to the imperceptible realm. But he was sure that the black figure's combat skills were very shallow. Now, the black figure was getting closer to the black figure. The black figure was shocked by the speed. I can't believe there is such a monster. He can catch up with me in just a short fight. Once he grows up, he will become a strong enemy of our sect, the black figure thought. He made up his mind to kill the black figure as soon as possible, even if he was injured. His body was slippery, but he shook and bounced in an instant. His hands were like a snake opening and closing its mouth. He bit at the blinding sword light that was coming at him. His legs bounced up from under his sleeves. Like an angry python, they exploded with a terrifying force toward Qinzong's legs. Unexpectedly, the sword light was just an illusion. It dimmed in an instant and turned into a shadow that was shattered under the black figure's hands. Then it shone brightly again. The terrifying sound was sharp, piercing the eardrums of the black figure. The black figure felt extremely uncomfortable. The shocking sharpness was like an invisible sword. When it hit his body, he felt pain as if he was being cut. The change was too fast and too sudden. The black figure hurriedly retreated, but he was too slow. His black robe was torn apart by the sword light. Even his chest was cut open. Blood flowed out. Chunzong's eyes flashed with horror. At that moment, he saw that the black figure's body seemed to be covered with fine snake scales. "You have successfully angered me." The black figure shook his body. The torn black robe separated, revealing a long and flexible body. As expected, there were fine snake scales on his body. They seemed to be drawn on, but also seemed to be growing out from under his skin. His chest was the clearest. His blurry face was full of coldness. His eyes shone with a green luster, which made the temperature in the cave seem to have dropped. Demonization. A hoarse and obscure voice sounded. Right in front of Chunzong, this person's body twisted strangely like a snake. It made Chunzong's hair stand on end. The snake scales on his body became clearer as his body twisted. Gradually, they spread all over his body. The originally gloomy human face seemed to be stretched. It looked like a cross between a human face and a snake's head. It was also covered with snake scales. Its tongue became slender and long, making a hissing sound. "Hiss! You forced me to demonize and reveal my true body. You can be proud. You should feel lucky to die under my true body." The voice of this half-human, half-snake monster was even more strange. Its body seemed to be twisting all the time. Its arms were also shaking like two poisonous snakes. It made Chunzong very uncomfortable. This thing that was neither a human nor a demon beast looked disgusting. It was like something in between. It shocked Chunzong greatly. "What kind of monster are you?" Chunzong's scalp tingled. A chill spread down his spine. He took a deep breath and held the sword in his hand to calm himself down. His eyes became sharper, as if they could pierce through all the darkness. "Monster! You lowly ant! How dare you say I'm a monster? You deserve to die." The sharp voice seemed to pierce through one's brain. The moment the word "die" was heard, the snake man had already burst out at an amazing speed. He approached Chunzong. His arms were like poisonous snakes coming out of their holes, blooming countless snake shadows. His legs were like angry pythons, fiercely bombarding. The pressure increased sharply. The shadow of death shrouded him. After turning into a half-human, half-snake, the enemy's strength was even more terrifying. That cold breath made Chunzong feel suffocated. He felt that he could not move. He resisted with all his strength. The first level of the real sword skill was operated to the extreme. In an instant, he seemed to break some shackles. The power of qi and blood surged. Chunzong immediately felt that the connection between him and the sword in his hand seemed to be further improved. The first level of the real sword skill, mastered. With a slash of the sword, the sharpness of the sword light seemed to have split the invisible pressure. The sword light followed the slash and turned into more than a dozen sword lights, attacking the Serpent Man's arms and legs at the same time. However, the Serpent Man's feet bounced backwards, splitting light and sweeping shadow. 8 sword lights flashed, one after another, intertwining with each other. A kind of enlightenment suddenly appeared, but there was no time to comprehend it. Under the sword light, the snake man twisted his body to dodge. One of his hands flashed and hit the precious iron sword hard. The terrible power burst out, and the precious iron sword trembled. Chunzong held it tightly, and the web between his thumb and index finger of his right hand was cracked. The second hit. The precious iron sword flew out of his hand. The third hit Chunzong's chest hard. Unable to dodge, Chunzong raised his right arm to resist. With a cracking sound, the heavy iron arm guard on his right arm was shattered in an instant. The great power made Chunzong step back. His right arm was in great pain. The heavy iron arm guard repelled the snake man's palm. The precious iron sword fell. Chunzong opened his left hand and grasped the sword hilt. Chopping sword style, the sword seemed to be able to split mountains. Left-handed sword. The snake man was shocked. This man was only in his teens. It was already shocking that he could cultivate the sword art with his right hand to such a level. But he could also use the sword with his left hand, and it did not seem to be inferior to his right hand. The sword fell, and the sword light was dazzling. The momentum was frightening. Unable to dodge, the snake man could only raise his arm to resist. He concentrated his power, and his forearm swelled. The sword rose and fell without hesitation. It was ruthless and decisive. The precious iron sword itself was sharp, and the chopping sword style was even more shocking. The first level of the real sword skill had been mastered, and the power of the sword had reached the extreme. The sword touched the snake scales on his arm. Chunzong immediately felt the slipperiness and toughness of the scales. Down! The sword broke the scales, cut into the arm, and cut the bones. With an obscure sound, Chunzong roared and used all his power for the second time, cutting the bones and cutting the arm. Strange blood with traces of green light spurted out, and a fishy smell filled the air, accompanied by a shrill scream. He kicked out his right leg and hit the snake man's chest. The precious iron sword trembled, and the sword light was chaotic. It stabbed into the snake man's body, breaking the snake scales and leaving a bloody wound. After losing an arm, the snake man temporarily lost his balance. The sharp pain made him unable to react as usual. "Damn you! How dare you cut off my arm?" The snake man's voice was as shrill as a ghost's cry. The other arm of the snake man turned into countless snake shadows, and he quickly retreated like a big python and rushed out of the cave. Through the darkness, Chunzong vaguely saw that there seemed to be a palm print on the snake man's back. Chase! The snake man rushed out of the cave, ran into the rain, and hid in the grass. Chunzong chased for dozens of meters, but he could not find any trace of the snake man. He had to return to the cave. Entering the cave again, he saw the broken arm on the ground. The snake's scales disappeared, and it returned to the appearance of a human arm. What the hell is this? Chunzong stared at the broken arm, very puzzled. He was sure that the guy must be a human, but he did not know why he turned into a monster. Moreover, after transforming into that monster, his strength had become even more powerful, far surpassing the standard of 1,000 jin. The snake scales on his body also had an astonishing defensive power. Even the sharpness of a refined iron sword would not be able to cut through them. Fortunately, he was holding a treasured iron sword. Kicking the broken arm to a corner, Chunzong walked to the stone slab. There was a bag beside the slab. He opened it with his sword, and many things fell out. Chapter 51. Sorry, I'm late for this chapter. My child has a low fever. In Mount Fulong, the sky was dark. Lightning flashed, and torrential rain poured down as if it was going to drown the entire mountain. At the Chun family's mine, the camp was dilapidated and filled with puddles. A group of people wearing straw raincoats and bamboo hats approached quickly. At a glance, other than the puddles and dilapidated houses, the corpses of demonic beasts and humans were everywhere. Let's see if there are any survivors. A low voice sounded with a hint of sorrow. The group of people moved quickly but did not find any survivors. This group of people was from the Chun family. If Chunzong was here, he would realize that the leaders were Elder Chun Liwei and Elder Chun Xing. The rest were the Chun family's iron guards. This time, for some unknown reason, the demonic beast horde had attacked the camp, resulting in heavy casualties. Chun Xiaojie had lost an arm and managed to escape under the protection of the elders and the iron guards, but the elders had all been killed by the heavy armored bull. In the end, the 30 Qin clan iron guards had all been sacrificed. To the Qin family, such a loss had not occurred for decades. They were heartbroken and grieved for a long time. There are still 4 clan hall disciples who have not returned. Elder Qin Xing, you lead a team, and I'll lead another. We'll split up and look around, Elder Chun Liwei said. Of the 4 people, 2 were from the Heaven Court and 2 were from the Earth Court. Chunzong was among them. Okay. Elder Chun Xing's heart was heavy. Every clan hall disciple was the future strength of the Chun family, especially Chunzong. He was one of the Wind and Martial four young elites. He was very talented, and his future achievements might be above the elders. If he died like this, it would undoubtedly be a great loss to the Qin family. Besides, Elder Qin Shing had seen Qin Zong become more powerful step by step and admired him very much. Qin Zong checked the 6 porcelain bottles one by one. There were 20 energy pills in the oil paper bag. Qin Zong ate one to replenish his energy so that he would not be so hungry. 3 porcelain bottles contained beast blood pills, a total of 30 pills. 1 porcelain bottle contained scarlet blood pills, a total of 5 pills. The last porcelain bottle contained medicinal powder, fragrant and bitter. It was a wound medicinal powder suitable for sprinkling on wounds. It could disinfect, stop bleeding, and accelerate wound healing. The 3 books were 3 foundation establishment martial arts. Snake Shadow Hand, Wind Splitting Palm, Lightning Flash, Sword Technique. As for the black metal piece that was as big as a fist, it was quite heavy, many times heavier than a piece of heavy metal of the same size. Qin Zong did not know what it was, but since it had been put away by the Naga, it most likely had some use. So Qin Zong put it away. There were more than a dozen herbs, with the lowest being a Tier 2 herb and the highest being a Tier 5 herb. Taking the 3 books to the entrance of the cave, Qin Zong flipped through them with the help of some light. After flipping through the Snake Shadow Hand first, Qin Zong confirmed that it was the foundation establishment martial arts that the Snake Man had practiced. As for the Wind Splitting Palm, Lightning Flash Sword Technique, and the porcelain bottles, they might have been obtained by the Snake Man after killing other warriors. Now they were all Qin Zong's. Among the 3 foundation establishment martial arts, Qin Zong was only interested in the Lightning Flash Sword Technique. He flipped through it a few times. This was a sword technique that was comparable to the breezy sword technique of the Li family, but it was not as good as the 8 moves of the real sword. Practice. Qin Zong muttered to himself. Then let's practice. Without much hesitation, he made a decision. Compared to his peers, the number of foundation establishment martial arts he had practiced was obviously much higher. Under normal circumstances, the vast majority of martial artists would rarely cultivate new foundation establishment martial arts because they did not have the time. However, Qin Zong felt that cultivating a few more foundation establishment sword techniques might be beneficial to him. From the 4 foundation establishment sword techniques, the 8 moves of the real sword, and the 18 basic moves of the real sword, Qin Zong already felt the obvious benefits. That was, he could better control the sword, and his sword techniques were more flexible. He could be firm or soft, strong or weak. Different sword techniques had different ways of exerting force. Perhaps most of them were the same, but there must be something unique in them. Qin Zong had a vague understanding of this, but it was not clear enough. The Lightning Flash sword technique had 7 moves in total. It was a sword technique that used other techniques of exerting force to vibrate the sword to produce flashes of light and thunder. It emphasized the coexistence of light and sound. The Hidden Thunder move was the starting move, and the Booming Thunder move was the ending move. Outside, the rainstorm was still pouring down, showing no signs of weakening. Qin Zong read the Lightning Flash sword technique several times and meditated on it. Then he walked into the cave, drew his sword, and displayed the Hidden Thunder move. His right hand was injured, so it was not suitable for him to practice sword techniques. He practiced with his left hand. His palm trembled as he exerted force, and the sword vibrated along with it. There was a faint sound, as if lightning was hidden in the dark clouds, accumulating power. For any foundation establishment martial arts, the starting move was very important. It was related to the execution of the later moves. He kept adjusting himself. The higher the frequency of his palm trembling, the faster the sword vibrated, and the more obvious the muffled sound was. He drew his sword. Deep Thunder move. The muffled sound instantly intensified. Then, under the second move, it became very intense like rolling thunder. Booming Thunder move. One move followed by another. At first, it was powerful, and then there was a flash of light, which became very intense. The last move was the booming thunder move. The momentum and the flash were completely mixed, turning into an astonishingly strong light that pierced out. After 3 times, he reached the beginner level of the lightning flash sword technique. This kind of cultivation speed was many times faster than what he had experienced in the past. This was due to the fact that Chunzong's 4 foundational sword techniques had reached the minute subtlety realm, the fact that he had reached the first level of the true sword heavenly supreme technique, and the fact that his understanding and control of sword techniques had improved. After 30 times, the lightning flash sword technique had reached the small accomplishment. After 100 times, the lightning flash sword technique had reached the great accomplishment. The perfection realm above the great accomplishment was not something that could be achieved by hard work. However, the foundation establishment sword technique at the great accomplishment realm was almost useless to him. The perfection realm was only subtle. Only when he reached the imperceptible realm would there be obvious effects. Taking advantage of the break, Chunzong walked to the entrance of the cave again and looked outside. The rainstorm was continuous, and it seemed like the world was about to be flooded. Fortunately, the entrance of the cave was high. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the water poured in. The sky was dark and gloomy. Countless dark clouds condensed one after another, as if the sky was about to collapse. Countless lights flashed in the dark clouds, like electric snakes swimming, making muffled and violent sounds. The sounds entered his ears. Looking at it, Chunzong suddenly had an epiphany. In a moment, he drew his sword and continued to practice the lightning flash sword technique. Every time he made a move, the image of electric snakes swimming with great momentum flashed in his mind. Unknowingly, his sword technique was getting closer and closer. After an unknown number of times, Chunzong suddenly felt that the swordsmanship displayed by the sword in his hand seemed to have an obvious change. A feeling of harmony arose spontaneously. The perfection realm of the lightning flash sword technique. So fast, Chunzong was amazed. A stronger foundation and a suitable environment finally created the miracle that he cultivated the lightning flash sword technique to the perfection realm in less than half a day. This kind of miracle was almost impossible to replicate. The real problem was to reach the imperceptible realm from the perfection realm. Chunzong understood this point, so he did not deliberately force it. He began to practice the diffraction sword technique. In the battle with the Snake Man, he had some understanding of the diffraction shadow. Now, he wanted to deepen that understanding. The diffraction shadow of the great accomplishment realm was displayed. The 8 sword lights did not appear at the same time. Under Chunzong's control, they appeared one by one in an uncertain order. Then, the 8 sword lights appeared separately. They were not lined up in a row, nor were they arranged in a front and back. Instead, they appeared in a chaotic way, which looked more random. As he practiced, Chunzong stopped. He was like a statue. All kinds of understanding of the diffraction shadow emerged in his mind, as if he had broken some shackles. Chunzong knew that he had comprehended all the essentials of splitting light and fleeting shadow and had broken through to the consummate realm. The perfect level of diffraction shadow still had 8 sword lights, but the 8 sword lights could be controlled more freely, and their power was indirectly increased. Now that Chunzong had reached the consummate realm of diffusing light and seizing shadows, another enlightenment naturally emerged in his mind. It was the enlightenment of diffusing light and leaving no shadow. So that's how it is. He suddenly felt enlightened. Chunzong practiced the 9 guided movements of split light and shadow. He finished the 8th movement very smoothly. In the past, he was always stuck at this point, unable to perform the 9th movement in a row. His movements did not stop at all, and the 9th movement was smoothly executed. His comprehension became clearer. Over and over again, after 30 times, Chunzong finished the 9 movements and slashed out with his sword. Out of the 8 sword lights, 4 of them instantly disappeared, turning into shadows and merging with the other 4 sword lights. causing the four sword lights to become even more dazzling and their power to multiply. Diffusing light and leaving no shadow. Entry level. In terms of attack power, the entry level of diffusing light and seizing shadow was better than the advanced level of diffusing light and seizing shadow, and its consumption of chi and blood was also doubled. The entry level of diffusing light and leaving no shadow is a little stronger than the sword explosion style. Chunzong made a judgment by comparison. After consolidating and exhausting his chi and blood, he used the true sword skill to recover. He had mastered the first level of the true sword skill and could start the second level. The second level circulation route was based on the first level, and there were slight changes. That slight change immediately increased the speed of cultivation and chi and blood recovery of the true sword skill. 30%. The chi and blood were astonishingly sharp. When it was channeled in his body, Chunzong felt a slight tingling pain, as if the tip of a sword had gently scratched him. The true sword skill itself is superior to the human level superb level. It emphasizes the chi and blood as swords. The higher the level of cultivation, the sharper the chi and blood, and the power of the sword will increase accordingly. Chunzong pondered and found the reason. My physique hasn't broken through the limit, but its strength can still continue to increase. Only then can I withstand the power of the higher level of the true sword skill. Chunzong estimated that with the current strength of his bones and muscles, he could only withstand the third level of the true sword skill. The fourth level would be impossible. The Chun family's Huyang bone-strengthening ointment has the effect of strengthening bones. But how can I strengthen the tendons and muscles better? For a moment, Chunzong couldn't think of a way, so he put it aside for the time being. After his chi and blood recovered, he began to cultivate the wind stepping steps. After numerous life and death battles, Chunzong had used the wind stepping steps many times. In the face of danger, he had a deeper understanding of the wind stepping steps to save his life. After cultivating it over and over again, his chi and blood would recover when it was exhausted. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Chapter 52. Thanks to Turbid Liquor Soul and Brother Si Wuxia for their tips, the rainstorm lasted for a day and finally stopped. Chunzong was not in a hurry to leave the cave because it was nighttime and the beasts were at their peak. He moved large rocks and piled them at the entrance of the cave to prevent any beast from breaking in at night. He spent the night half asleep and half awake peacefully. He pushed away the rocks and walked out of the cave. It was damp everywhere. The sun rose and shone with golden light. There were countless water droplets on the leaves of every tree and every blade of grass. They reflected the sun and shone with colorful lights. It was exceptionally beautiful. The air was moist and fresh. He took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Chunzong chose the direction he went yesterday and carried the bag on his back. In the end, he helplessly confirmed that he was lost. At first glance, it was all lush grass and trees. It was impossible to tell where was which. I can only try my luck. Chunzong thought to himself. He had to be careful. This was the Mount Fulong, and there were many beasts roaming around. As soon as he thought about it, a figure quickly attacked him from the side and slashed with a sword. The sword was extremely accurate and killed him directly. It was a half-meter-long lynx beast, lower class 1. Chunzong did not care about the lynx beast's body and quickly left. Otherwise, the smell of the beast's blood might attract other beasts. Time flew and the morning sun became scorching again. When he felt hungry and could not find suitable food, Chunzong would eat an energy pill. The energy pill was now completely used to satisfy his hunger. During this time, Chunzong encountered 3 beasts. Fortunately, the most powerful one was only middle class 1. It could not withstand his sword and was killed immediately. As he walked, the sun set. During this time, Chunzong saw a small red tree in the distance. There were 3 fruits on the tree, 2 green and 1 red. There seemed to be scales on the fruits. He recognized that they were level 7 fire scale fruits. One was about to ripen, and the other two were not ripe yet. The value of a seventh-grade herb was very high. Chunzong was very tempted, but he did not dare to pick it, because beside the fire-scale fruit tree, there was a fiery red demonic beast. Its appearance was like a jackal, and it was very ferocious. A tyrannical demonic aura surrounded its body, and it was extremely terrifying. Evil Fire Wolf. High rank 2 demonic beast. Chunzong had to stay as far away as possible from this kind of demonic beast. He couldn't take any chances, even though he really wanted to get his hands on the ripe, fire-scaled fruit. Only after carefully escaping did he heave a sigh of relief. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was dark. Chunzong had to find another place with a relatively wide and safe view to spend the night. The night was not peaceful. The roars of various demonic beasts rose and fell one after another. Chunzong didn't dare to fall asleep. He leaned against the rock and tried his best to rest. The mountain wind at night was very cold, and even Chunzong could not stand it. He had no choice but to circulate the true sword heavenly supreme skill to circulate his chi and blood to keep warm. However, using the martial arts would also consume his chi and blood force little by little. Although it was not as much as using the human-level martial arts, it could not be sustained for too long. He had to stop after a period of time to let it recover. In the middle of the night, another demonic beast approached Chunzong, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This was an ironback green wolf. It was also a common high rank 1 demonic beast in the Mount Fulong. It tiptoed and approached Chunzong from the side. When it was close enough, the ironback green wolf leaped and rushed towards Chunzong like a flash of lightning. Its sharp claws clawed at Chunzong's arms, and it opened its sharp mouth to bite Chunzong's neck with its sharp fangs. His closed eyes suddenly opened, and the iron sword resting on his legs rose without him noticing. He unsheathed the sword, and the sword light was extremely dazzling in the night sky, even brighter than the moon in the sky. The sword, with a shocking sharpness, pierced through the ironback green wolf's open mouth, pierced through its throat, and came out from the back of its neck. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword vibrated slightly, and the ironback green wolf, which still wanted to counterattack, was flung dozens of meters away. It landed on the ground and rolled back dozens of meters. Finer control of strength, Chunzong thought to himself. However, he also knew that with his current strength, killing a high-rank 1 demonic beast like the ironback green wolf was not a problem, but he still could not kill it with 1 strike. This time, there was a bit of luck involved. Perhaps because of his good luck, Chunzong did not encounter any high-rank 2 demonic beasts. He passed the night without any danger and continued on his journey. The longer he stayed in the Mount Fulong, the more experience Chunzong had in surviving in the wild. If not for his low cultivation and insufficient strength, he would not have wanted to leave so soon. On the 3rd day, Chunzong saved an injured martial artist and applied medicine to his wound. Then, he saw what it meant to be unpredictable. This person took advantage of Chunzong's carelessness to launch a sneak attack to kill Chunzong. Fortunately, Chunzong's 5 senses were sharp, and he reacted immediately. In addition, the opponent's cultivation was high, but his injuries were not light, so he did not pay too much attention to Chunzong. In the end, not only did the sneak attack fail to kill Chunzong, but Chunzong dodged it and counterattacked with his sword. "Stop. I'm willing to give you all these things," the martial artist, whose cultivation was at the 7th stage of the chi and blood realm, said with a pale face as he clutched his chest. "Okay." Chunzong's expression was cold. He was kind enough to save someone, but he was repaid with ingratitude and was almost killed. He did not feel good about it. "I'll throw it over. You catch it," the martial artist said. He threw the bag in his hand to Chunzong and leaned back, looking like he was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, the martial artist turned around, seemingly retreating but actually advancing. Leaving behind an afterimage, he appeared on Chunzong's left side and stabbed a short knife in his hand toward Chunzong's neck. With 1 stab, there was no one under the knife. The martial artist immediately sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late. Chunzong used the wind-stepping steps to dodge the attack, but the iron sword pierced through his heart from the back, killing him instantly. In fact, even if the martial artist really gave everything to Chunzong had no intention of letting him go. The sword was a sword of slaughter. It could not kill the innocent, but it could kill those who deserved to be killed. The short knife was a refined iron weapon, so it was worth some jade coins. Chunzong hung it around his waist and carried it with him. Inside the bag, there were 7 third and fourth grade herbs, a few energy pills, beast blood pills, and some dry food and fire extinguishers. After searching the martial artist's body, he found a money ticket and 10 purple jade coins. Jade coins were circulating currency. They were divided into white, red, and purple. White jade coins had the lowest value. 1 red jade coin was worth 10 white jade coins, and 1 purple jade coin was worth 10 red jade coins. A money ticket was worth 1,000 white jade coins, so it was worth 2,000 white jade coins in total. For Chunzong, who had not had many jade coins since he was young, this was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. On the 4th day, Chunzong was chased by a second-grade, low-tier demonic beast. He used the wind-stepping steps many times and luckily escaped. On the 5th day, Chunzong was in a sorry state. There was a trace of fatigue in his eyes, but his eyes were sharper. I have to leave Mount Fulong as soon as possible. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Chunzong thought to himself and chose a direction again. Surviving the mountains for 5 days had more or less given him some experience. He could judge based on his experience. The rest was up to luck. Thinking about it, his luck shouldn't be too bad. Soon, Chunzong knew that his luck was terrible. Run, run, run. Run for your life. Race of life and death. Behind Chunzong, there were 12 ironback green wolves chasing after him. 1-on-1, or even 1 against 2, or even 1 against 3, he was confident that he could kill the ironback green wolves. But 1 against 12, it was no different from sending himself to death. Greater mastery of the wind-stepping steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. 1 step, 3 meters. In the blink of an eye, 3 steps, 9 meters. He continued to run. His footsteps were as fast as rolling wheels. His body was like the wind, leaping over plants and rocks. Chunzong once again hoped that his luck would be better and that he could shake off the 12 ironback green wolves chasing after him. But the cruel reality once again made him realize that it was unrealistic to rely on luck. In front of him was a mountain wall. It was the same on his right. It was 30 to 40 meters tall, vertical, and covered in wet moss. It was difficult to climb. On his left was a cliff. Chunzong got closer to take a look. It was 100 meters tall. If he jumped down, he would become a meat patty. Behind him were the 12 ironback green wolves. With his back against the mountain wall, Chunzong slowly moved his feet. His eyes were as sharp as swords, staring at the ironback green wolves that had stopped running and were closing in on him in a fan-shaped circle. Monsters had a certain level of intelligence, and the ironback green wolves were even more cunning. There's no way out. Then I won't retreat. If I fight with my life on the line, I might still have a chance to survive. Chunzong thought to himself. The ruthless formula was not only to be ruthless to the enemy, but also to oneself. The 12 ironback green wolves closed in step by step, bringing more and more pressure to Chunzong. Chunzong also slowly paced back and forth, adjusting his aura. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Under this kind of pressure, the true Sword Sky Supreme skill circulated faster than usual. Chunzong's gaze swept over the 12 ironback green wolves. His body slowly moved to the intersection of the 2 mountain walls. This way, he would have to face fewer attacks at the same time. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a depression on the left side of the mountain wall. The inside of the depression was flat and unnaturally formed. Moreover, its shape gave Chunzong a familiar feeling, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, Chunzong thought of the black iron piece he got after defeating the Serpent Man. Wasn't its shape very similar to the depression on the mountain wall? A glimmer of hope emerged from the bottom of his heart. While staring at the 12 ironback green wolves, he held the sword in his right hand and unwrapped the bag with his left hand. He took out the black iron piece from the bag and pressed the irregularly triangular black iron piece into the depression. It matched. It matched perfectly. A burst of surprise hit Qinzong's heart. However, he did not dare to let his guard down because of this. He took a deep breath and calmed down. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. Nothing happened. Is it just a coincidence? Qinzong could not help but think to himself, looks like I really have to fight with my life on the line. His eyes became even colder. At this moment, the mountain wall inlaid with the black iron piece shook slightly. A dull, ear-piercing sound rang out. That mountain wall directly split inwards, revealing a half-meter wide and 2 meters high hole. Without any hesitation, Qinzong flashed and immediately got into the hole. The 12 ironback green wolves ran wildly and chased after him. However, the hole closed again. The 12 ironback green wolves could only howl angrily, but there was nothing they could do. What is this place? As soon as he entered the hole, Qinzong looked around. However, it was pitch black. Qinzong quickly took out a fire starter and broke it. The flame burned brightly and gradually became stronger. The light of the fire lit up the surrounding area, allowing Qinzong to see clearly. With one hand holding the sword and the other holding the fire starter, Qinzong walked forward slowly. On the left and right sides were flat walls, like a passage to a secret room. There was also a brazier hanging on the wall. There was only some animal fat paste left in the brazier, which was usually used to light the fire. Chapter 53. The air was dry. Although no one had entered for many years, it was not difficult to breathe. Qinzong looked around with the help of the light from the brazier. He was very surprised. After walking a few meters through the passageway, they entered a stone room. Yes, the surrounding walls were made of dark green, smooth, and large stones. The stone room was about 10 meters wide and 5 meters tall. Qinzong's gaze quickly swept across the room and landed in the middle of the room. He was immediately attracted. It was a dark blue stone table. Behind the table sat a figure in a brown robe. "Senior," Qinzong tried to call out, but there was no response. He walked a few steps closer to take a closer look and was shocked. The person sitting there was a dried corpse. He did not know how long he had been dead. Behind the dried corpse, there was a row of bookshelves. Hundreds of books were neatly arranged. In front of the dried corpse, there was also something on the stone table. Qinzong was very careful. After making sure there were no traps, he walked to the stone table and stared at the things on it. There were 5 rolls of paper made of animal skin. One of them was spread open. It was full of small black words. Beside it was a writing brush and an inkstone with dried black ink. "I, Su Zhengji, am known by the world as the dragon-slaying Immortal." Qinzong looked carefully at the black words. It was a will. The more Qinzong read, the more shocked and excited he became. The dragon-slaying Immortal Su Zhengji was a warrior more powerful than the family elders. Qinzong already knew that above the Bloodchi realm was the energy training realm, and above the energy training realm was the true martial realm. This dragon-subduing spiritual master was not only a true martial realm expert, but also one who stood at the peak of the true martial realm. Peak of the genuine martial realm. Qinzong was excited. In the entire Fengwu city, the training realm was the strongest. The genuine martial realm was like a legend. He did not expect to meet a genuine martial realm warrior, even though he was already a dried corpse. There are 5 scrolls on the table. 2 of them are the cultivation methods and martial arts that I have practiced all my life. 2 of them are the cultivation methods and prescriptions left behind by the owner of this stone room. One of them is a map that I have drawn. Fated person, you can perform the ceremony of becoming my disciple and receive my cultivation methods and martial arts inheritance. Apprenticeship? Qinzong thought for a while and rejected the idea. Su Zhengji, the dragon-slaying sage, was indeed a powerful warrior who stood at the peak of the entire eastern continent. If such a powerful warrior wanted to recruit a disciple, as long as the news spread, it would immediately attract countless geniuses, and they would fight to the death. The reason why Qinzong didn't want to be his disciple was very clear. Dragon-slaying Immortal didn't practice swordsmanship. According to the will, dragon-slaying Immortal was good at palm techniques, but Qinzong had no intention of abandoning his sword to practice palm techniques. Of course, it was not impossible for him to practice palm techniques at the same time. If you don't want to be my disciple, please bring my cultivation methods and martial arts to the genuine martial main city and give them to the descendants of the Su family. As a reward, you can freely read and practice the cultivation methods and martial arts that I have left behind. But remember, other than you and the descendants of the Su family, you cannot pass them on. There was a lot of content in the will. Qinzong read it very carefully, and it took him a long time to finish reading it. Genuine martial main city. Qinzong was no longer the rookie who had just left Little Lake Town, and he knew more about the Eastern Continent. On the Eastern Continent, there were 5 main cities. Genuine martial main city was the center, and Fengwu City was only one of the satellite cities under Ultimate Martial Main City. The fact that the Su family could take root in genuine martial main city, which was the center of the 5 main cities, showed that they were extraordinary. The will also stated that this stone room was not built by dragon-slaying Immortal, but he found it by chance. Perhaps it was left behind by a predecessor, and there were no cultivation methods or martial arts. There were only more than 100 miscellaneous books and 2 volumes of cultivation methods and prescriptions on the bookshelf. He said that he wanted to break into the 100 Beasts Mountain and leave the Eastern Continent to go to a wider world according to legend, but he was defeated by a powerful demon beast and was injured. He was chased into Dragon-Slaying Mountain and knew that he did not have much time left to return to his family. So he came to this stone room, left behind his cultivation methods and martial arts, and wrote his will. At the end of the will, the date was 336 years, which meant that dragon-slaying Immortal had been dead for 60 years. Qinzong was the only fated person in these 60 years. My luck is not bad, Qinzong said to himself with a smile. He picked up the first volume of animal parchment and opened it to read carefully. There were 4 cultivation methods in this volume. The dragon-slaying incantation was suitable for blood chi refinement. No matter who practiced it, they could at least refine their blood chi 4 times. The minor dragon-slaying incantation was suitable for the chi and blood realm. There were 5 levels in total. When one reached the 4th level, they could condense a dragon-slaying incantation in their body. The great dragon-slaying incantation was suitable for the chi refining realm. It was known for its ferocity and power. The great dragon-slaying incantation was suitable for the true force realm. It was ferocious and domineering, capable of slaying dragons and tigers. Qinzong could understand the content of dragon-slaying incantation, but he could not understand the great dragon-slaying incantation and great dragon-slaying incantation. The mysteries of the earth-level and heaven-level cultivation methods were far beyond his current cultivation level and martial arts accumulation. However, this did not stop Qinzong from being excited. It is indeed powerful. If I did not already have the true sword skill, I would have definitely practiced this dragon-slaying incantation, Qinzong thought to himself. Obviously, the true sword skill was better than the dragon-slaying incantation. However, the dragon-slaying incantation had one advantage, which was that it had a complete continuation of the cultivation method in the same vein. Only when the cultivation method was in the same vein could the power cultivated be purer. He rolled up the incantation, and unfolded another one. This one was a martial art. The minor dragon-slaying incantation was a foundation establishment martial art. It had 8 forms, the same as the true sword 8 forms. When it was mastered, it could exercise 80% of the body, which was the same as the true sword 8 forms. Qinzong was amazed. Until now, he had never seen a foundation establishment martial art that was comparable to the true sword 8 forms. The forms of the minor dragon-slaying incantation were ferocious and powerful, capable of splitting stones. Qinzong carefully studied them. In the end, Qinzong came to a conclusion. Although the minor dragon-slaying incantation was comparable to the True Sword 8 forms, its power was still inferior to the True Sword 8 forms. Even if the minor dragon-slaying incantation was cultivated to the imperceptible realm, the most powerful force it could unleash was only comparable to the first stage of the inferior human rank martial art. There was still a significant gap between it and the strongest move of the True Sword 8 forms. This made Chunzong even more curious about the True Sword 8 forms. Where did it come from? Next, it was the superior human rank martial art, the Great Dragon-Slaying Incantation. The cultivation of the Great Dragon-Slaying Incantation required the Minor Dragon-Slaying Incantation as the foundation. There were 3 stages in total. Its power was ferocious and unparalleled. It was many times more powerful than the Minor Dragon-Slaying Incantation. How terrifying! Chunzong gasped. There was no superior human rank martial art in the entire Fengwu city. Next, it was the third martial art, the Earth rank upper dragon-slaying incantation. Finally, the fourth martial art, the Heaven rank medium dragon-slaying incantation. Each of them used the previous one as their foundation, and each of them was stronger and more domineering than the previous one. Moreover, only by using the cultivation method of the dragon's subduing lineage to drive the martial arts of the dragon subduing lineage could its power be unleashed to the extreme. Of course, starting from the great dragon's subduing hand, if there was no cultivation method of the dragon's subduing lineage to drive it, not only would its power be greatly reduced, it would even harm the body. If it wasn't for the fact that he was fond of the sword and sword techniques, his will would have been shaken and he would have abandoned the sword to accept the inheritance of the dragon subduing technique. Just think about it. With such a complete martial arts inheritance, as long as one was talented enough and worked hard enough, it was almost certain that one could step into the true martial realm in the future. There was even a chance that one could step into the peak of the true martial realm and become a super powerhouse standing at the peak of the Eastern continent. However, there was no doubt that it was another immortal dragon slayer. Unfortunately, my ambition lies elsewhere. I want to use the sword in my hand to carve out a new path, Chunzong said to himself. Chunzong had no idea where the mysterious sword tip came from, but he felt that it was definitely more precious than the inheritance of dragon-slaying immortal. Putting aside his personal preference, Chunzong naturally chose the mysterious sword tip. Moreover, Chunzong preferred to carve out his own path. This was a kind of desire and yearning. Perhaps in the end, his achievements would not be as great as that of dragon-slaying immortal, but at least he would not regret it. I digress. Let's take a look at the other 3 scrolls. Chunzong shook his head and rolled up the martial arts hide paper again. He picked up the 3rd scroll and unfolded it. It was a prescription scroll. Ice and fire healing ointment. Effect: refined skin membrane. Ingredients: ground cold grass, fire rock flower, 7-day white orchid, frost python blood essence, flaming tiger blood essence. Refining method. Usage method. The first prescription, from the effects to the ingredients to the refining method and usage method, was very detailed. There was no need to think about it at first glance. Tiger leopard tendons strengthening pill. Effect: strengthens tendons and meridians. Ingredients: fierce blood tiger bone glue, dark cloud leopard bone glue, tendon breaking grass. Refining method. Usage method: thunder bone forging pill. Effect: refined bones. Ingredients: thundergrass, bone-growing dragon vine, silver snake vine. Refining method. Usage method. There were 3 kinds of prescription scrolls in total, and they were very detailed. The higher the level of the true sword skill, the sharper the power of chi and blood. The more I practice, the more I need a strong enough body to support it. According to my estimation, with my current body strength, the 3rd level is enough to make me feel pain, and the 4th level will probably tear my body apart. Chunzong's eyes shone with a sharp light. Many powerful skills often had higher requirements. After all, the strong power first acted on the user, and the user's body had to bear it. For example, dragon-slaying immortal's dragon-slaying art. Without a strong enough body, How could one bear the fierce power? These 3 prescriptions refine skin membrane, strengthen tendons and veins, and refine bones. They strengthen the body from the root and make it have a higher endurance. This is exactly what I need. Shenzong was secretly delighted. Compared with the skills and martial arts of dragon-slaying Immortal, Shenzong felt that these 3 prescriptions were more valuable. Of course, this was relative. Shenzong rolled up the prescriptions and put them down. He picked up the 4th scroll and unfolded it. Body Forging Art. It was a very straightforward and easy-to-remember name, but it instantly attracted Shenzong's great interest. Body Forging Art, as the name suggested, was a skill to refine the body. It was easy to understand. Starting from the first word of the text, Shenzong carefully read on. As he read on, he couldn't help but become excited. This body tempering technique was actually a cultivation technique that complemented the 3 prescriptions. In other words, the existence of the 3 prescriptions was directly related to this body tempering technique. The body forging art was divided into 4 levels, and there was no indication of its level. The first level, copper skin, as the name suggested, would refine the skin membrane to the extreme, making it as hard as bronze. The second level, steel bar, would refine the tendons and veins to be as tough as steel. The third level, iron bone, would refine the bones to be as hard as steel. Chapter 54. What a strange martial art. Shenzong thought to himself after reading the content and detailed annotations of the body forging art. For normal people, the arm strength of 1,000 kilograms was their limit. Since it was the limit, it was not easy to break it. Once it was broken, it would be another world. For example, monsters had a different bloodline and life essence than humans. Their physical limits were many times higher than humans. Therefore, their survival ability was stronger and their fighting ability was better. The first to third levels of this body tempering technique were the foundation. It tempered the skin, strengthened the muscles, and strengthened the bones, turning them into copper skin, steel, and iron bones. This allowed the user to have a stronger defense and resistance to attacks, as well as withstand stronger impacts. However, the user's strength, speed, and other aspects would not increase. For example, 1,000 kilograms of weight would be changed from wood to stone and then to steel. Only by mastering the 4th level of the mixed yuan body could one break the limits of the human body. The body forging art had a total of 9 forms, and each form had 9 variations. The first to third forms corresponded to the 1st level, the 4th to 6th forms corresponded to the 2nd level, and the 7th to 9th forms corresponded to the 3rd level. As for the 4th level, according to the book, one had to figure it out on their own. Shenzong tried the 1st form. There were 9 variations, but he immediately felt the difficulty. He could barely finish it and felt like his skin was being torn apart. The pain was unbearable. The body forging art was best practiced with the corresponding herbs. Otherwise, one might not be able to master the 1st level even after a few years. After familiarizing himself with the 1st form, Shenzong stopped practicing and looked at the last scroll. According to the Dragon Slam Immortal, this was the map he drew after he failed to break through the 100 Beast Mountain range. Shenzong opened it and took a few glances. It was indeed very detailed. His emotions fluctuated. Is there really a wider world beyond the 100 Beast Mountain range? If there is, what does it look like? Shenzong could not help but feel a sense of longing. He was just a chi and blood realm martial artist. He was far from the strength refining realm, let alone the real martial realm. Even Dragon Slam Immortal, who was at the peak of the real martial realm, could not break through and died from serious injuries. However, an invisible seed had also been planted in Shenzong's heart without him noticing it. Of the 5 animal skin scrolls, there were 2 scrolls of body forging technique and 2 scrolls of prescription. The handwriting was obviously different from the other 3 scrolls. It was not written by Dragon Slam Immortal. It seemed that it was left behind by the owner of this stone chamber, as he had said in his will. Putting down the animal skin map, Chunzong glanced at the bookshelf in front of him and strode towards it. Books recorded all kinds of knowledge. Reading could help one accumulate knowledge and enrich oneself. The more books one read, the more obvious this experience would be. 132 books. Every book had a name. It seemed that they were not cultivation methods or martial arts, but miscellaneous books such as demonic beast illustration, encyclopedia of medicinal herbs, painting of mountains and rivers, and so on. Chunzong took in the names of all 132 books. Then he took out a book called The Millennium Kingdom and started reading. The Millennium Kingdom recorded the kingdom era before the true martial era. At that time, there were 3 kingdoms in the Eastern Land: the White Python Kingdom, the Blackwater Kingdom, and the Green Cloud Kingdom. The Eastern Land was divided into 3 kingdoms. The kingdoms were divided into royal families, aristocrats, and so on. As he read, Chunzong understood why Yang Yigu had said that they were born in the true martial era. If they had been born in the kingdom era, they probably would not have been able to practice martial arts. This was because the cultivation methods and martial arts of the kingdom era were only mastered by the royal families and aristocrats. The commoners could only learn the martial arts of the foundation establishment stage at most. If one wanted to become a warrior, he or she had to join the kingdom army or sell himself to the royal families. Holding the Millennium Kingdom, Chunzong read the words in the book. It was as if he had personally experienced the 3 kingdoms era. Maybe I can stay here and read all the books before leaving, Chunzong thought to himself. Otherwise, he would not have brought all these books with him. It would be unrealistic. At most, he would have brought the 5 animal skin scrolls with him. Reading was important, but cultivation was more important. The stone room was not small. It could be used to cultivate the true sword sky supreme skill or sword arts. However, he needed food. He could not always rely on energy pills, not to mention that he only had a dozen energy pills left. Walking out of the stone room, he returned to the place where he had entered. Just like what was recorded in the dragon subduing Immortal's will, he groped around. Sure enough, he felt a bulge. Pressing down hard, the door on a mountain wall opened again. Chunzong looked outside. The 12 ironback blue wolves were nowhere to be seen. They might have left. His body flashed, and he passed through the door on the mountain wall. The door closed automatically, leaving no trace behind. Taking the black iron piece and putting it in his arms, Chunzong walked around to look for food. Wild fruits, puddles, and demon beasts became Chunzong's food sources. Time passed slowly as he cultivated and read every day. His cultivation mainly focused on the true sword sky supreme skill and sword arts. Occasionally, he would also meditate on the lesser dragon subduing hand. This did not require a specific cultivation method to activate. The mysterious sword tip could also improve the cultivation of the lesser dragon subduing hand. However, Chunzong could feel that compared to sword arts, it was always slower. After practicing 50 times in one day, he reached the entry level of the lesser dragon subduing hand. In the stone room, the firelight was shining brightly. Chunzong was sitting on a stone chair, reading a new book called 10 Years of Darkness. As for the body of the dragon subduing Immortal, Chunzong had already taken it outside and buried it. 10 Years of Darkness recorded the 10 years when the 3 kingdoms were on the verge of destruction under the attack of countless demon beasts. Half human, half demon beast. Chunzong focused his eyes on the 5 words. The image of the snake man whose arm he had cut off flashed across his mind. The demon beast's attack and the kingdom's destruction. Could it be directly related to those half-human, half-demon beasts? After reading the book, Chunzong fell into deep thought. There was too little information, and it was not clear enough. After pondering for a while, Chunzong got up and walked out with his sword. It was time to practice sword arts. Reading 5 books a day took almost 2 hours. This was the limit of what Chunzong could squeeze out every day. On one side of the mountain was a cliff. Chunzong came here every day to practice sword arts. Day after day, he welcomed the morning sun and sent away the sunset glow. First, he practiced the tiger strength fist art to warm up. Then he practiced the lesser dragon subduing hand 10 times. After that, he practiced the residual shadow sword art the willow sword art, the eagle strike sword art, the thunderbolt sword art, the true sword 8 forms, and finally the diffraction sword art. After taking turns, the morning passed. In the afternoon, he read a book first, then practiced the true sword skill to familiarize himself with the movements of the body forging technique. After dinner, he practiced sword arts, then read a book. Before going to bed, he practiced a few more times. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had passed. The weather on Mount Fulong was ever-changing. One moment, it would be sunny with the sun shining high in the sky. The next moment, it would be overcast with dark clouds and strong winds, followed by thunder and torrential rain. After watching the lightning and listening to the thunder several times, the flash thunder sword technique also found an opportunity to reach the realm of intricacy. Its power was obviously better than the other 3 sword techniques. At night, outside the stone room on the mountain wall, there was a storm, lightning, and thunder. However, inside the stone room, it was quiet and peaceful. The firelight flickered gently. Chunzong was reading a book. Day after day, there were fewer and fewer books that Chunzong didn't read. He accumulated more knowledge in history, geography, traveling, demon beasts, herbs, martial arts, and other aspects. His cultivation was still at the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Although he had the Beast Blood Pill, Crimson Blood Pill, and the 2nd level of the True Sword skill, which greatly increased his cultivation speed, the gap between the 5th level and the 6th level was still not small. I wonder if I can raise my cultivation to the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm before the Wind Martial City Battle of Heroes this year. Chunzong thought to himself after reading the book in his hand. Previously, he had set a goal for himself to raise his cultivation to the 6th level of the Qi and Blood realm before the age of 18. Then, he would participate in the Wind Martial City Battle of Heroes and obtain a place in the top 100. From there, he would be accepted into the 7 Luminaries Martial Academy. However, as he cultivated, he unexpectedly refined his blood Qi 7 times. His potential seemed to have been further unearthed. He also obtained the True Sword skill, which was a cultivation technique that surpassed the supreme grade of the human level. His cultivation speed was even faster. Coupled with some other factors, he had achieved what he had now. Now, he was not even 17 years old. Collecting his thoughts, Chunzong placed the book back on the bookshelf. He walked to an empty space in the stone room and drew his sword to practice his sword technique. After practicing his sword technique, he put down his sword and assumed the starting stance of the lesser dragon subduing hand. When he struck out with his palm, there seemed to be a dragon's roar that reverberated in the stone room. He persisted in practicing a little every day. Now, the lesser dragon subduing hand had also reached the minor accomplishment realm. After practicing the lesser dragon subduing hand 10 times and practicing the first 3 stances of the body forging technique, Chunzong felt as if his skin was about to be torn apart. It was very painful, but he endured it. Without the ice and fire lightning membrane ointment, Chunzong also felt that his skin seemed to have become more resilient after more than 10 days of cultivation. He blew out the fire and slept on the ground. The stone room was warm, so it was not a problem. The next day, he woke up on time and opened the door. The storm had stopped, but the sky was still dark. Chunzong rinsed his mouth and washed his face with water. The cool mountain breeze blew, refreshing him. He walked to the edge of the cliff and looked ahead. The dark clouds had condensed into a large area. It seemed as if they were frozen, but also as if they were still sleeping. The sky was still dark. After warming up with the Tiger Power Fist technique, he drew his sword and practiced. He practiced each of the sword techniques 10 times, then practiced the diffraction sword technique. With a slash of his sword, 8 sword gleams shone instantly. 4 of them turned into shadows and merged with the other 4, causing the 4 sword gleams to become even brighter. In an instant, another 2 sword gleams seemed to be extremely bright. They turned into shadows and merged with the other 2 sword gleams, causing the power of the last 2 sword gleams to increase explosively. Chi-Chi, the moss on a mountain wall, was cut open, leaving behind 2 straight sword marks that were more than 2 meters long. The diffraction shadowless technique had reached the minor accomplishment realm. Each time he used it, more than 30% of his chi and blood realm level 5 chi and blood energy would be consumed. Its power was indeed domineering. One slash was enough to split the steelback green wolf in half. The dark clouds formed a sea. As if they had slept enough, they woke up and rolled over. As the sea of dark clouds rolled over, the sleeping sky seemed to be awakened as well. A faint light appeared and moved from stillness to movement. The blocked sunlight shone through a small gap like a sword gleam, falling on the sea of clouds, the grass, the cliff, and Chunzong's face. When the sunlight fell on his eyes, the light seemed to shine through his pupils and into his brain, dispelling a trace of haze and breaking a bottleneck. Chapter 55. A feeble cry for support. Floating light in the sky. Sea of clouds, light and shadow. Light and shadow. Alternating, vanishing, the sea of clouds rolled over, and the sun shone from the sky, penetrating through the gaps between the clouds. It was like a divine light from beyond the sky, eternal and everlasting. The sea of clouds was like the fog in Chunzong's mind, and the sky light was like a sharp sword that shattered the fog. Countless insights emerged one after another. Light, shadow, the two depend on each other. Skylight, sea of clouds, time after time of cultivation, time after time of life and death battles, time after time of accumulation. The accumulation finally broke through the last shackle. A scorching sun leaped out from the sea of clouds, shining brightly. Chunzong slashed out with his sword. It was as casual as a stab or a chop. The power of his physique and the power of his chi and blood surged, explosively pouring into the sword. All the brilliance of his life. The precious iron sword emitted an extremely strong light, like the scorching sun that tore through the clouds. It was so dazzling that no one could look directly at it. In an instant, it flashed and turned into an extreme shadow, as if it escaped into the air, and its trajectory was difficult to distinguish. Then, as if the floating light in the sky and the sea of clouds alternated and vanished. When the sky light and the sea of clouds dissipated, there was a straight sword mark on the mountain wall in front of him. It was more than 3 meters long and 2 fingers deep. Such power! Chunzong was dumbfounded. He stared at the 3-meter-long sword mark and sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of this sword is much stronger than the initial level of shadowless dispersion. Perhaps even the advanced level of shadowless dispersion cannot compare with it. There seemed to be a voice in his heart that told him with certainty that if he could further improve this sword, its power would be comparable to the ultimate level of shadowless dispersion. This is the so-called realm of true secrets. Other than this, Chunzong couldn't find any other explanation because he knew very well that the sword he just swung was derived from the residual shadow swordsmanship. When he reached the pinnacle of imperceptible subtlety, when he cultivated and comprehended time and time again, when he saw the light of the sky and the sea of clouds by chance, all the accumulated knowledge exploded in an instant. It was as if a divine sword had pierced through the sky and shattered the haze, becoming transparent. Epiphany. At this point, he finally understood what Li Zhenshi had said about the realm of truth. The true arcana realm can indeed be considered a realm above the arcana realm, but it can also be considered not. If we compare the afterimage sword art to a sword, the beginner stage to the advanced stage is to find a way to come into contact with the sword. The perfection stage is to temporarily borrow the sword from someone else. The intricate stage is to make the sword your own. Chunzong had a clear mind. Then, the true secret realm is to refine the sword and reforge it with other precious materials, making it truly and completely belong to you from the very beginning. No, that's not enough. Apart from that, the true secret realm is not only a representation of a superior realm, but also a brand new move, a secret skill. This sword is born out of the afterimage sword art. This sword is formed by comprehending the light of the sky and the sea of clouds. This sword is the intertwined interpretation of light and shadow. So, this sword is called the Sword of Light and Cloud Shadow. True secret realm? The Sword of Light and Cloud Shadow. Chunzong smiled from the bottom of his heart. In his heart, there was a heavy and indescribable sense of satisfaction. Tiger Power Fist Art, Afterimage Sword Art, Willow Sword Art, Eagle Strike Sword Art, Lightning Sword Art, 8 moves of Real Sword, Lesser Dragon Subduing Hand, Diffraction Sword Art. The number of martial arts I've cultivated should be much more than my peers. But only the Sword of Light and Cloud Shadow is my own, a martial art that truly belongs to me. My sword art, a strong sense of accomplishment filled his heart. Chunzong took a deep breath and couldn't help laughing out loud. He was only a teenager under 17 years old, so there was no need for him to pretend to be mature. The sword art of the true secret realm in the Foundation Establishment Martial Arts is as powerful as a martial art of the inferior class of the human rank. It's really terrifying, but it consumes too much energy. The sword art just now had consumed 70% of Chunzong's physical strength and chi and blood, so he couldn't use it a second time. The great power consumed a lot of energy, but it wasn't unacceptable. It could only be said that this true secret sword art couldn't be used as an ordinary means of fighting, but as the most powerful killing move. The execution of the Foundation Establishment Martial Arts consumes physical strength. The execution of the inferior class martial arts consumes physical strength and chi and blood. The execution of the true secret realm consumes both physical strength and chi and blood. It's really strange. After running the real sword skill to recover his chi and blood and waiting for his physical strength to recover, Chunzong held the sword hilt with his right hand and held the sword horizontally in front of him. He stared at the mountain wall and concentrated on accumulating power. He got rid of all distracting thoughts, and his eyes became extremely sharp. His breathing became long and slow, and then became faintly discernible. The mountain wind blew, making a whistling sound. When it reached Chunzong, it seemed to be affected by an inexplicable aura and became gentle, gently brushing against his body and hair. Whoosh! A low shout seemed to come from the horizon. His right arm shook, and the long sword turned into a beam of strong light. He waved it out instantly, and the light disappeared, turning into a shadow, and then into light and shadow, covering a few meters in front of him, making it impossible to look at directly. When the light and shadow disappeared, the long sword went back into the sheath, as if it had never been out of the sheath. On the mountain wall in front of him, there was a straight sword mark. It was more than 3 meters long and 2 fingers deep. His physical strength and chi and blood were consumed again by 80%, and he had to recover again. After recovering, Chunzong performed it for the 3rd time, and then he recovered and performed it again. After a whole morning, he had waved the sword more than 10 times, and there were more than 10 straight sword marks on the mountain wall, which were more than 3 meters long and 2 fingers deep. Unknowingly, his understanding of the sky, light, cloud, shadow sword had deepened, and he had perfected it. On the 21st day since he came to the stone room, there were even fewer books left on the bookshelf. Chunzong would spend part of his time every day to practice the sky, light, cloud, shadow sword. The more he practiced, the deeper his understanding became, and he gradually grasped the control of his power. As he waved the sword, the light and shadow intertwined and disappeared, leaving a 3-meter-long sword mark on the mountain wall, and it was 1.5 fingers deep. This sword strike is even more powerful than the minor, shadowless light, but I don't know if it can be compared to the complete, shadowless light. I have consumed about 40% of my physical strength and chi and blood. Chunzong didn't know if the martial arts of the true secret realm had different levels, and if there was a difference in realms. He could only determine its power, but it was made up of 2 aspects. One was the understanding of the essence of the sky, light, cloud, shadow sword, which was the understanding of light and shadow, and then further perfected the sword art. The other was the amount of power consumed. The more power consumed, the more powerful the sky light cloud shadow sword would be, and vice versa. With this understanding, the martial arts of the true secret realm had no upper limit. Theoretically, it was a kind of martial arts that could be improved infinitely. However, the martial arts of the Foundation realm and the martial arts of the true secret realm all had their limits. Once the limits were reached, no matter how strong one's cultivation was, they would be restrained. After understanding this, Chunzong paid more attention to the sky light cloud shadow sword. He also tried to comprehend other sword arts to see if he could surpass the limits like the shadow sword art and comprehend the true secret realm. Unfortunately, he didn't have any clue. Comprehension was closely related to daily accumulations and sudden opportunities. None of them could be missing, so Chunzong didn't force it. Concentrating, Chunzong activated all the power in his body and unleashed it. Chunzong swung his sword to the mountain wall. This was the sky light cloud shadow sword. This sword was infused with 100% of his physique and chi and blood power. This was Chunzong's most powerful strike. He wanted to see how powerful it was. The light and shadow crisscrossed and directly covered 5 meters in front of him. After the light and shadow faded, Chunzong's face was pale and he was gasping for breath, as if he had used too much strength to stand. Even though he was exhausted, his eyes were filled with unconcealable surprise. On the mountain wall in front of him, there was a sword mark that was more than 4 meters long and 2.5 fingers deep. It was a ghastly sight. With such power, I wonder if it can hurt a lower LV2 demonic beast. Chunzong thought to himself. An ordinary Class 2 inferior grade demonic beast was already stronger than an ordinary Chi Blood Realm martial artist. The difference between a Chi Blood Realm martial artist and a Chi Blood Realm martial artist was even greater than the difference between a Chi Blood Realm martial artist and a Chi Blood Realm martial artist. Demonic beasts had stronger physiques, stronger defenses, and more vigorous vitality. Naturally, it was more difficult to kill them. Without trying, Chunzong could not make a judgment. If he succeeded, he would be exhausted. If he encountered other demonic beasts, he would die. If he failed, he would also die. He was not stupid enough to seek his own death. After recovering his stamina and vitality, he would cultivate other sword techniques. The 22nd day, the 23rd day, the 24th day. As time passed, there were only a few books left unread. On the 26th day, there were only 2 books left unread. Chunzong did not intend to ruin his plan. He would read them tomorrow. In front of the cliff, Chunzong practiced his sword, dispersing light and shadowless. The 8 streaks of sword light turned into 4 streaks, then into 2 streaks, and finally into 1. It was extremely powerful. It directly slashed into the mountain wall, leaving a 3-meter-long and 1.5-finger-thick sword mark. 60% of his chi and blood energy had been consumed. This sword technique had reached the great mastery of dispersing light and shadowless. Its power was on par with the sky light and cloud shadow sword that had consumed 40% of his physique and vitality. He sheathed his sword and cultivated the lesser dragon-subduing hand. Palm after palm slapped out. The palm strikes were ferocious, overbearing, and peerlessly ferocious. They blasted onto the mountain wall, shattered the moss, and left behind numerous shallow palm prints. Over and over again, he struck out the last palm. His back shook like a dragon as he transmitted his power explosively. It bombarded the mountain wall. With a bang, the palm print caved in. The great mastery of the lesser dragon-subduing hand. The 27th day, Chunzong finished reading the last 2 books and gently placed them back. He stood in front of the bookshelf and scanned through the books. The contents of the 132 books were deeply imprinted in his mind. It's time to go, he muttered to himself and walked to the stone table. He looked at the 5 animal parchments. Initially, Chunzong had decided to take them with him when he left. However, he changed his mind. It was safer to leave them here than to take them with him. After all, He was only a small vitality realm martial artist. He carried his bag and walked out of the stone room. Outside the stone room, Chunzong took down the black metal piece. He looked at the mountain wall that was like a hole. There was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. The longer he stayed here, the more reluctant he was to leave. This place was great. Every day, he would read books, practice his sword, and enjoy the scenery. His life was carefree and his mind was pure. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.